Well, well, well. Let me tell y'all what I'm not going to do before I get started. The one thing I'm not going to do is I'm not going to do what I'm hearing a lot of the Dallas Cowboys, whoever they are, the overall people who cover the Cowboys. I'm going to tell you what I'm not going to do. I'm not going to come on here tonight and be a hypocrite. And all of a sudden, after the Cowboys have played one of the greatest 3-game stretches we've seen them play, all of a sudden tonight, we're going to come on here and do what I hear some people doing, and they're going to start dogging out Matt Eberflus, dogging out the defense, dogging out just all of the progress the Cowboys have made. What I'm not going to do is be a hypocrite and come on here all of a sudden and start acting like the last 3 games didn't happen and we're back to square one. I'm not going to do that. But what I am going to do is I'm still going to talk facts about the Dallas Cowboys tonight. Let's go. Yep. Cowboy fans, I'm going to tell the truth tonight. And I'm going to give y'all some truth that I know other people are not going to give you. But this is called Let's Talk Cowboys. And we're going to talk facts. Welcome, 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 Cowboy fans and Cowboy haters tonight. I'm the G, and I'm the host of Let's Talk Cowboys, where we talk facts. And as you come into this live stream, please hit that like button, share, subscribe, hit that notification bell so you know the next time we post another video or go live. And we are live. And if you haven't become a channel member, subscriber yet, what are you waiting on? Now let's talk facts. Tonight, somebody got to tell the truth. The Cowboys had a whole lot of things that happened in this game tonight. And the crazy thing about this game, guys, do y'all know the Cowboys still had an opportunity to win this game? Let me tell y'all who beat the Cowboys, and then I'm going to break this down for you in detail tonight. Let me tell you who beat the Cowboys. The Detroit Lions beat the Cowboys. The referees beat the Cowboys. And the Dallas Cowboys beat the Dallas Cowboys. Those are the 3 responsible for beating the Dallas Cowboys. The Lions, the refs, and the Cowboys. That's who beat the Cowboys. Let's stop acting like the Cowboys just rolled up in here tonight and just gave the game away. Let's not act like that the Detroit Lions didn't have something to do with that. I'm telling y'all, man, we're going to talk about this. This is what we're going to talk about tonight. We're going to talk about the refs. We're going to talk about the Lions. We're going to talk about the refs, and we're going to talk about the Cowboys. Because those are the 3 who beat the Cowboys. Straight up, that's who beat the Cowboys. All 3 of those. And I'm going to tell you how. Let's get a quick 1-minute roll call. Good to see y'all in here tonight. 70 Bo, what up? Doomsday, what up? Our secondary is dumpster. Hey, hold on, Doomsday, before you say that. Queen, what's going on? Shotty and Flus didn't watch film because Cowboys played like crap tonight and Dak stayed under pressure. Queen, you own to something. Dominique, what's going on tonight? He said, gee, you have Lamb all kinds of heck. Let me see. For he played against the Eagles, call a spade a spade. Pickens looked awful tonight. Not blame him for the loss. I will not. I think he said I will not. We're going to talk about George Pickens tonight. But we got to not use this as the moment, like we've been waiting on the moment to say, I told you George Pickens isn't better than CeeDee Lamb, or George Pickens isn't playing like the best wide receiver in the league this year. One game doesn't nullify that. One game doesn't nullify what this guy has been doing. Just like one game or two games don't nullify who CeeDee Lamb is. It doesn't. We're going to talk about this tonight. All right. Marquieto Chavez, what's going on? Tatiana, she said we need better edge rushers. Clowney was needed. Yes, he was. He was absolutely needed tonight. Gippy! Pickens jogging told me a lot about their energy. See, this is where the Cowboys have got to continue to work, Kippy. They have to continue to work because the Cowboys, George Pickens, their energy was down because it seemed like this was the Cowboys kind of giving up. It seemed like they kind of gave up. We're going to talk about that tonight. Star Wars, he said, I'm not an excuse guy. He said, you play the schedule in front of you, but 3 games in 12 games is tough. The lineman was looking beat out there at times. Yes, I'll give you that, Star Wars. I'll give you that, Star Wars. What up, Melvin Clark? Poor tackling, poor rushing golf, conservative offense, 3 yards up the middle, every rush, no creativity. Cinderella's carriage has turned back into a pumpkin. Melvin Clark, I'm going to favorite this because I'm going to come back to this. I'm going to come back to this. Star Wars said something. I'm going to come back to this too. Star Wars said you can't all of a sudden expect to win 8 straight after losing every other game for half the season. It just don't work that way. I'm going to come back to those comments. I like what you said. JCT Slice, he said, gee, bad defense from earlier this season came back. That and the Cowboys couldn't protect Dak. 5-6 of relentless pressure. And yes, some very bad calls. Tough when Dak played well, given that. Yeah, Dak played pretty good. All right. Let me just get some more greetings in real quick. David Everett, Michael Tyree, what's going on with you? We're going to keep grinding, Michael Tyree. I agree with you. Richard Villegas, let's get this thing going tonight. Let's get this thing going. Hoodie Kush is in the building. What is going on? Lolly is in the building. My brother Roderick Holdman is in the building. What's going on, Roderick? Brian, what's going on with you? Wilson Santiago, man, good to see you tonight. Jason White, what is going on this night, man? Y'all don't lose hope. Y'all don't lose faith. What's going on? Corliss Piper said truth hurts, but it builds character. Yes, sir. Hoodie Kush said, oh, I agree. Accountability must be half the show. I'm just not tripping. I never thought we were going to make the playoffs. Don't count us out yet. Jay Palmer, what's going on? No, we're not going to talk excuses tonight. We're going to talk facts. What's going on, RC? Robin the Voice, what is going on? Wade Johnson, he said, bro, you speaking true facts. The referees and the Lions and the Dallas Cowboys beat themselves. Straight up. And I'm going to tell us how tonight. Jaden Justin, what is going on? Good to see you, Catlin. What's going on? Rodney Evans, what's going on, nephew? What is going on with you? Stephen Miller, good to see you. All right, we about to get this thing going. Alicia, what's going on? She says it is what it is, exactly as you said. The 3 that beat us, no doubt about it. And I'm going to explain it tonight. T. Kizzle, what up with you, my brother? Antoine Bass, long time no see. Good seeing you tonight. Shady, oh, that's Shadid. What's going on, Shadid? Y'all don't count us out of the playoffs yet. Mizzle Moon Glade, what's going on? Ruth Espinoza, Guyton was out. All right. Hey, guys. We can have overreaction tonight and overreaction Friday, but hey, don't count the Cowboys out yet. Do not count the Cowboys out. I remember that year that the New York Giants went to the Super Bowl, and that year they wound up beating the New England Patriots. And everybody thought, because if I'm not mistaken, down the stretch of that season, you know, the Giants had to win out down the stretch. The Giants wound up getting beat, I think, down that stretch, and everybody thought the Giants were out. And just when you thought the Giants were out, people started losing, and the and the Giants continued to win. The Giants got in by the skin of their chinny chin chin. They wound up getting in there and they beat the Cowboys, and they wound up beating everybody going through there, going to the Super Bowl. Cowboys fans, it's not over. But let's talk about this game tonight.
Yes! Here we go!
So let's talk about the first thing. I'm sorry, but I do not understand how anybody talking about this game, I do not understand how they don't start with the Detroit Lions first. I don't understand it. I don't understand how you don't start with the Detroit Lions first. This bothers me sometimes about competitive sports and about football in general. I don't know what game people were watching, or I don't know what game people were expecting, or maybe their expectations made them have a take that it was all about the Cowboys and what the Cowboys didn't do and what the defense didn't do and what Dak Prescott or what the offense or what Pickens didn't do. Hold on a second before we start there. That cannot be where we are starting. I'm going to give Dan Campbell credit. Y'all could, you know what, and I'm going to let y'all can have any opinion you want to. I'm just telling you what we watched tonight. The Detroit Lions came out with a heck of a game plan, man. Their game plan was incredible. The Detroit Lions. Guys, they had a great game plan. The game plan that I had for the Cowboys to beat the Lions. Dan Campbell used the game plan that I had to beat the Cowboys. No, he didn't get that game plan from me. But he used the same game plan I talked about. What did I say the other day? That if the Lions were going to beat the Cowboys, how do you stop a team that likes to rush up the middle? When that game first started, the Cowboys pass rush was ferocious. They were doing, it was right on cue. They were right up the gut on Jared Goff. The Lions started running the football on the edges. They ran away from Quinnen Williams and that middle. They ran away from it. Did y'all notice what they were doing? They were getting the screens, like I said. They were going for screens. They were going for sweeps. They were going for pitches. They did a little misdirection. They were doing all kinds of things. They had a great game plan. Stop thinking the Cowboys defense played bad because people are telling you the Cowboys defense played bad. No, the Cowboys defense played bad because the Detroit Lions had a game plan for them. Game plan for them. Let me tell you something that the Detroit Lions did tonight that was genius. They did something that was genius against the Cowboys defense. They went for mismatches on the Cowboys linebackers and safeties. They used all kinds of routes to make sure. Y'all didn't notice tonight? Explain this to me. How does Jameson Williams, how does he get on Marquise Bell? How does Marquise Bell wind up on Jameson Williams? Do y'all think that's the Cowboys making those decisions? Or do you not understand that's the Detroit Lions offensively scheming to get those mismatches? They were scheming to get those mismatches. They did something else that we hadn't seen. They did something else we had not seen. They went at Savone Revel Jr. They went at him. They went at him. They gave him that work. And we had been asking for some of this one-on-one. We got some of it. They went after him on one-on-one. They went after him in zone. They studied the Cowboys. And I've told y'all this. I love Brian Schottenheimer. But there's a couple of things that irk me about Brian Schottenheimer when it comes to preparing for other teams. It irks me. Yeah, man, just another championship opportunity. I said this week, I understand what Brian is doing. He doesn't want his team to get too up, doesn't want his team to get too down. Guys, there are just certain games. There are just certain games that you have got to get your team up and say, no, this game right here is different. We want this one bad. I don't know. Whatever you got to do to motivate them, there are certain games you just got to say, we got to have this one. Do y'all know tonight was that game? I'm not saying that you approach the Minnesota Vikings different than you approach the Detroit Lions, but I'm telling you, you approach the Detroit Lions differently than you approach the Minnesota Vikings. You have got to get your team revved way up for this game. Did I not tell y'all the Lions were going to come out with a lot of intensity? They were going to come out swinging haymakers. They were going to come out punching. I said the Cowboys just needed to endure that onslaught, compose themselves, and get back in the game. But Brian, one, doesn't get those players up for these types of games. Number two, have y'all noticed stuff that they'll ask Brian Schottenheimer? Hey, Brian, have y'all guys discussed like kind of where you are with this and kind of where you are with that and kind of where you are with this? Have y'all discussed the Lions on this and have y'all discussed the Lions on that? Have y'all ever noticed that Brian Schottenheimer will say, well, guys, we don't really talk about other teams. We just talk about ourselves. Really? Yeah, we don't really talk about other teams and what they're doing. We're more focused on what we're doing. How much you bet the Detroit Lions were focused on the Dallas Cowboys this week? How much you bet the Detroit Lions were talking about the Dallas Cowboys this week? How much you bet they were talking about Dak Prescott? They were talking about George Pickens. They were talking about Javonte Williams. They were talking about CeeDee Lamb. They were talking about Quinnen Williams. They were talking about Osa, Kenny Clark, Overshown. They were talking. Queen, you're on to something. I wonder sometimes, what are we doing watching film? Are we not talking about Gibbs, Montgomery, Williams? Are we not talking about Amon-Ra St. Brown? Are we not talking ourselves through those types of players? Why are we not talking about even the moment? How big is the moment? Man, sometimes, guys, let me help us let me just help us to understand what we watched. We didn't just watch a Cowboys team that didn't play up to its potential. We watched a Cowboys team, first and foremost. The Detroit Lions had a great game plan. There's no other way to... You can't look at this game and say they didn't have a great game plan. They had a great game plan. Absolutely great game plan. And you can call the Detroit Lions. Let me just help y'all with something. You could actually call the Detroit Lions the Dallas Cowboys doppelganger. The Detroit Lions are the doppelganger to the Dallas Cowboys. What do I mean by that? When I look at the Detroit Lions, I actually see the Dallas Cowboys. I see the Dallas Cowboys. I see the Lions in some respects. I see them as they are what we should be at certain positions. And we're what they need to be at certain positions. We're better than them at quarterback. We're better than them at quarterback. But where we are not better than them, guys, is at the running back position. We're not better than them. We're not better than them. And tonight made me realize something. And I said this earlier. I let it go because of the success that the Cowboys have had over the last couple of weeks. I let it go. But I'm going back to this, though. The Detroit Lions made me realize something about our Dallas Cowboys. Brian Schottenheimer, I said this early in the season. Brian Schottenheimer's desire for the big back running back, the power run game, is going to be his demise. You said you were going to be multiple. I'm not criticizing. I'm just stating a fact. He said he was going to be multiple. Have y'all not realized that if that Dallas Cowboys run game, which is specifically focused on getting between the tackles, it's specifically focused, it can't do nothing else. That's all his run game is designed to do. But then when I look at the Detroit Lions, our doppelganger, because they got two good wide receivers. They got a good tight end was injured. They got a pretty good offensive line. They got a supreme running game and a good to okay quarterback. But when I look at their run game, do you know why their run game is so hard to stop? Because their run game is not only multiple. Their run game is multiple. They can do it to you any kind of way they want to when they run the ball. They can run it up the middle. They can run the power run game. They can run it on the edges. They can hit you with the speed. They can hit you with the screens. They can hit you with the sweeps. They can hit you with the pitches. They can put Gibbs in the slot. They can put them at the they can put Gibbs at the wide receiver spot. Gibbs can get you in space. Gibbs can make Bland. I mean, this dude like to took Bland's knees off. The Detroit Lions running game. I got to give it to him. It's incredible. And our run game, it's great. But it's not incredible. Because they showed me something again tonight. We lack speed in the run game. We lack speed in the run game. While Javonte Williams is a power runner, he doesn't have the speed that when that hole is there, he don't have the speed to just boom, second level. He don't have that speed. When he gets to the second level, it's because he's knocked somebody down. He's either knocked somebody down or he shed a tackle, and then he's on to the second level. Gibbs can get to the second level without even getting touched. They different. They're different. We're acting like I'm not going to, hey, I know we want to talk about the defense is trash. We'll get to the defense. But I'm telling you first, before we start tearing up the team, the Detroit Lions, they are our doppelganger. When I look at them, I see what we could be, but we're not that. We're not that. Angie said speed not going to help in the run game if Shotty barely use it. That's the problem. He won't use it. It's not that he barely use it. He won't use it. Brian Schottenheimer, we know this to be a fact. Brian Schottenheimer has used every excuse to criticize Jaden Blue. He's used every excuse to say why Jaden Blue shouldn't be on the field. Brian Schottenheimer has destroyed Jaden Blue in the eyes of some of the Cowboys fans. He's even said, I remember when Jaden Blue first got that fumble, he said, well, you got to hold on to the ball. Okay, Brian, we got you. Only for us to watch over the last few games, we watched Javonte Williams fumble in a crucial moment against the Arizona Cardinals. We watched Ferguson. We watched Ferguson make, I can't remember the game, but Ferguson fumbled before this. I think we might have recovered it. But we've watched other people fumble the ball. We've watched other people do things. We even watched him put Cavonte Turpin back there in the backfield because, do y'all understand something what I'm telling you? Brian Schottenheimer understands that we also need speed in the backfield. Why do you think he put Cavonte Turpin back there? Why do you think he put him back there in the I formation? Why do you think he tries to run him out of the I formation and run him on sweeps? Why do you think he's doing that? We need a running back doing that, not Cavonte Turpin. When you look at the Detroit Lions, that's where they stopped us. Their run game. We had no answer for their run game. They obliterated us in the run game. Dan Campbell had a great plan. I'm not going to blame this all on the Cowboys or just terrible. I'm not blaming this on the Cowboys just being terrible. I'm not blaming this on, the Cowboys. No. I'm going to start at the source. Detroit had a great game plan. Queen said it perfectly. They showed that they studied tape on us, but we didn't look like we studied tape on them. It literally looked like we went out there and said, hey, man, we the Cowboys. We're the Cowboys. We got CeeDee Lamb. We got George Pickens. We got Javonte Williams. We got Ferguson. We got a good offensive line. The defense has been great the last 3 weeks. We don't need to study anybody. We're going to beat the Detroit Lions. Why are we going to beat them? Because we're the Cowboys. That ain't what the Detroit Lions did. No, they studied us. They showed it at every single turn. They studied us. And before you start trying to knock George Pickens, you want to know why George Pickens took the night off? Can y'all remember? Brian Schottenheimer being real cocky. Oh, yeah. And I said I liked how cocky he was. But my question becomes, was it false bravado? There's a difference in cocky and confidence. I'm confident when I know that I got this, that I got the game plan, I got the talent, the personnel, I got the mentality. I'm confident. But I can be cocky but not have a right to be confident if the game plan isn't right, if everything that I'm doing isn't right. So when I'm hearing Brian Schottenheimer say things like, yeah, we're going to run the slant. Guess what happened? Guess what happened? The Detroit Lions said, we're taking away the slant from George Pickens. Y'all do know they took that slant away. George Pickens didn't take the night off. George Pickens did not take the night off. They gave George Pickens the night off. Did y'all not notice? CeeDee Lamb on those catches he made? Did y'all not notice he was man-to-man? Because the Detroit Lions were genius. They decided they were going to stop that slant play. Let me tell you just how much respect the Detroit Lions gave George Pickens. And they're going to tell you this as you start studying the film later on this week. The Detroit Lions said, we're willing to go one-on-one with CeeDee Lamb. We're willing to take whatever y'all get with CeeDee Lamb. But what we're not going to do is we're not going to let you beat us with George Pickens the way y'all been doing other teams. They took that slant play away from George Pickens. Period. In the story. They covered him tight underneath, and they made sure they had a linebacker right over the top. Now, my problem is with Brian. Brian doesn't make necessarily great adjustments. When you got players who are that skilled as the Cowboys have, you don't do y'all not understand that it is a tragedy? It's a travesty to allow a team to take away George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb. How do you take away one of them when you got both of them? How do you do it? Because I should be able to make you go back to doing something about CeeDee Lamb because you're doing something about George Pickens. I'll just keep hitting you with CeeDee Lamb. If I'm not mistaken, CeeDee Lamb was 6 for 125. He was 6 for 125. Problem is, though, we're not aggressive enough. We don't go down the field enough to where we're making people pay when they get CeeDee Lamb 101. We're not making them pay with touchdowns. We may make them pay with big yardage plays. We're not making them pay with touchdowns. But I'm telling you what they did to George Pickens. It was simple. The Cowboys, they're doing something stupid. And I hope they improve it over these next 10 days. Bro, follow this. Cowboys got real comfortable with that. They got real comfortable with that slant play, the unstoppable play. I've been calling it the unstoppable play. They've gotten so comfortable with it, they're saying we're going to run it and throw it no matter what you do. Well, the Detroit Lions challenged them and said, no, you're not going to do it. And that's what frustrated George Pickens, because the Cowboys didn't have enough. I mean, they don't even make the adjustments and say, hey, hold on a second. Hey, they're stopping that slant play. So can we go to something else? Let's kind of get George Pickens involved another way. Okay, maybe let's send him deep. I'm still waiting on the Cowboys with these deep crosses. I'm still waiting on that. But hold on. I'm going to get to the defense. But the Lions did something else that I don't think the Cowboys expected. They did something else I don't think the Cowboys expected. How many times did I tell y'all this week? Did y'all not hear me say the Detroit Lions were going to throw everything at Dak Prescott and the kitchen sink? Did I not say this? Did I not say they were going to do this? It is incredible to me that I thought that the Dallas Cowboys were going to get 6 sacks at least tonight. And when you look at the box score, James Houston, the way he started the game, I said, oh, wow, they about to do something to these guys that's going to be crazy. Only for the Lions to do what I thought the Cowboys was going to do. Do y'all realize that Dan Campbell, and I said he was going to do this. Do y'all realize that Dan Campbell basically told the Dallas Cowboys, we're willing to play CeeDee Lamb man to man, double George Pickens, and in the process, We're going to send the farm at Dak Prescott. Do y'all realize that this is what the Detroit Lions did? They took all the chances that I thought the Cowboys were going to take. They took all the chances I thought the Cowboys were going to take. The Detroit Lions threw the farm at Dak Prescott. He was running for his life. Dak Prescott was running for his life. Tonight, the Dallas Cowboys allowed 5 sacks. Tell me what the defense has to do with that. We're going to get on the defense, don't you worry. But y'all tell me, what does the defense have to do with the Dallas Cowboys giving up 5 sacks? Help me out. The Dallas Cowboys gave up 5 sacks. You want to know why they gave up those 5 sacks? You want to know why Dak Prescott was running for his life? You want to know why Dak Prescott didn't have the time to do some of the things that he probably wanted to do? Because the Detroit Lions were willing to take chances and say, if you beat us, you beat us. But I bet you this, you're not going to get time to do it. They were, they were knocking Dak Prescott down, chasing Dak Prescott, and sacking Dak Prescott. 5 sacks on Dak Prescott. I thought this was going to be the Cowboys. If I'm not mistaken, the Cowboys might have blitzed tonight a handful of times. They might have blitzed 7 to 10 times. I can't count the amount of times that the Detroit Lions blitzed. All I'm telling us is, I know every time the Cowboys lose, the first thing we want to do is we want to start saying, oh, it's the Cowboys and the Cowboys didn't do this and the players didn't do it. Well, you wasn't saying that the last 3 games. We want to run and say, oh, it's all the Cowboys. No. Can we give the Detroit Lions credit? The Detroit Lions, they were throwing the kitchen sink at Dak Prescott. Every opportunity they got, they were sending somebody. They were sending somebody. They were either willing to play the Cowboys man to man, but watch this part. Let me show you another way how they had a game plan for the Cowboys. And then they did something else the Cowboys didn't expect. And then they also played zone on them. They played zone on them too. They would rush 4, send 1, and then they would sit back and just watch and see what the... I'm telling y'all, man, they just had a game plan for the Cowboys. I'm not blaming these. I'm not going to sit back and be a hypocrite, and all of a sudden now we want to have revisionist history, and now we want to start tearing down players. No, I'm not going to tear down players tonight. I'm not going to tear down players tonight. First and foremost, I want to give credit to the Detroit Lions. The Detroit Lions came out with a game plan. They had a game plan for our offense. They made sure that they took that slant play away from George Pickens. They took it away from him. That frustrated him. They got CeeDee Lamb one-on-one, but again, CeeDee Lamb isn't getting in the end zone. He's not hitting teams for two tubs, 3 tubs. That's not, he's getting chunk yardage, but he's not hitting teams for the tubs the way that we need. And the tight end. I don't know what to say about Ferguson. I mean, minus the first 4 or 5 games of the season, Ferguson just hasn't been, man, this dude, Ferguson sold the Cowboys. Now, they cheated the Cowboys on the Ferguson pass interference call, but Ferguson sold the Cowboys. Ferguson, almost on back-to-back plays. Ferguson fumbles the ball. The Detroit Lions turn that into a touchdown. Then the Cowboys get the ball back. They're driving the ball down the field. They throw a deep ball to to George Pickens. They get pass interference on the 1-yard line. Ferguson gets hands to the face, offsetting penalties, and the Cowboys wound up not getting what they needed, which was a touchdown. The Detroit Lions beat us. They had a great game plan. Then our players started beating us. Ferguson. And this is one of the things that just bothers me about the Cowboys. Ferguson, because we paid him, we're going to play him. Bottom line. I think Brevin Spanford needs to start getting more snaps, but we've paid Ferguson. So we're not going to sit Ferguson down. Ferguson was out there on a 3rd and 26, family. Can y'all explain this to me? He's out there on a 3rd and 26. Dak Prescott threw a 5-yard pass. Can you explain to me when you get tackled at about 6 to 7 yards into that play, there is no way you're breaking away from those 3 guys and running for the rest of those 19 yards. Can you explain to me why Jake Ferguson is struggling with the ball? Go down, brother. Go down, brother. No, you're in a crowd full of Detroit Lions, and you're still struggling to get an extra yard. That was terrible. That was terrible. Not tearing down Ferguson, just telling the truth. That was terrible. The hands to the face that he did. Little ticky-tack, but he did it. Terrible. The Cowboys. As much as the Cowboys were behind the 8 ball in this game, the Cowboys at certain points of the game, they had so many opportunities to win. Even as much as the Detroit Lions outplayed them, had a game plan for them, Cowboys at certain points in the game, they still had opportunities to win. And what did they do? They would shoot themselves in the foot. The Detroit Lions had a plan for them. They had a plan for him. They kept getting Dak Prescott off his mark. Took away the run game from the Cowboys. And y'all already know, once you take away that quote-unquote between the tackle power run game, it's pretty much over for the Dallas Cowboys game plan. They put everything in front of them. They kept everything in front of them for the most part with Dallas. And that destroyed the Cowboys game plan. That's pretty much it. Brian doesn't recover from that stuff a lot of times. And then defensively, when we think about the Cowboys, let's talk a little bit defensively. I was surprised, and I'm going to admit this. I was surprised. How in the world did the Cowboys play Quinnen Williams against the Detroit Lions offensive line? I can't recall one time I heard Quinnen Williams' name called. Not one time. I don't know. Maybe I blinked. I mean, let me look at the box score. Maybe I blinked. I didn't hear them call his name one time tonight. I mean, I'm sure he's on here. Okay, he was 1 tackle, 3 assists. I mean, you want to talk about silent night. Man, it was Christmas up in this thing with Quinnen Williams. I barely heard his name. Also, Digizua, 1 tackle. Kenny Clark. I mean, this vaunted 3-headed monster that has been so good the last 3 weeks. Where's Kenny Clark? Kenny Clark had 3 assists. I still don't understand the Cowboys. Logan Wilson must not be practicing well. That's all I can tell you about Logan Wilson, because Murray Jr. sold the Cowboys on the Detroit Lions opening drive. Murray, as usual, out of place, bad reactions, not tackling. I mean, you could see this dude on your television messing up all kinds of ways again. And the Detroit Lions, they studied the Cowboys defense. The only thing the Detroit Lions did was exploit some of the weaknesses of the Cowboys defense. They went at Savon Revel Jr. They went at him. They went at Savon Revel Jr. And it seems like tonight the Cowboys played a lot of zone because I'm kind of listening to the announcers talking about that Savon Revel Jr. played man in college. Mills said he played zone. Well, obviously he played a lot of man. And they cooked him. They cooked him a couple of times. They cooked him a couple of times in that zone. I'm just telling us some of this, yes, bad play by the Cowboys. But the other part is I'm looking at a team in the Detroit Lions that they studied the Dallas Cowboys, and you could tell they studied them hard. They studied us hard. And what they did was they took away a lot of the tendencies that the Cowboys have been doing these last few weeks. They took a lot of those tendencies away from us. Ducendo, appreciate that $10 super chat. He said Cowboys have to lock in from here on out. Yeah. They do. And the Cowboys can't look at this game as the end of the season. The Cowboys still need to win out. Because 10-6-1 may very well still get the Cowboys in, but they're going to need a whole bunch of help. The Cowboys are going to need a whole bunch of help to get in. But kind of looking at this game, kind of looking at the box score and some of these stats, man. The thing that got the Cowboys, and I posted this tonight on X, and I said, Brian Schottenheimer must have knew something. Brian Schottenheimer said that this game was going to come down to turnovers. And do you know what beat us? Guys, do y'all know we're having a whole different conversation? We're having an entirely different conversation. Despite the fact the Detroit Lions had a great game plan for the Dallas Cowboys. They had a great game plan for the Dallas Cowboys. But do y'all know, despite all of that, the Cowboys still had an opportunity to win the game. And every time the Cowboys would get ready to every time the Cowboys got the momentum, every time the Cowboys were getting ready to make their move to pull ahead in this game, it would either be them that would shoot themselves in the foot, or it would be the refs who would come back and make a very bad call. The Ferguson play. The Ferguson fumble. The Cowboys were on the move. And he fumbles the ball. They turned that into 7 points. Dak Prescott throws that slant play to George Pickens. George Pickens tips that ball up, and the guy got his hands in there, but I do still wonder if Pickens got his hands extended out in front of him enough. He tried to let it come in. The defender tips it up in the air. Linebacker intercepts it, runs it down into the red zone. They turned that into a touchdown. And so the crazy thing is, what was the difference in the score? 14 points. Cowboys still had a chance to win. As bad as we're saying that they played in certain instances, they had opportunities to win. As much as they were getting in their own way, as much as there were bad calls, they still had opportunities to win. And every time they had an opportunity to win, they blew it. I thought one of the things that happened towards the end of the game, and I was really torn with this one, when the score was, I think it was 27-37. When the score was 27-37 in the fourth quarter, I was really torn on whether or not the Cowboys should have went for the field goal. I was really torn right there because I'm like, man, if the Cowboys don't get this, I was torn because I'm like, if the Cowboys kick the field goal which made it, and they took the field goal. It makes the game 30-37. The problem is they got to go down and make a stop, which I thought, okay, the Cowboys can go down and make a stop. But that also puts you in a bad situation because that means you have to score 7 points. But my mindset was maybe the Cowboys should go for it, see if they can get it. And if they get it, they can punch it into the end zone. They can make the game 34-37. That would have the momentum really back on the Cowboys side. Cowboys go down there, stop them, and then get an opportunity for either a touchdown or a field goal, and a touchdown wins it and a field goal ties it. And they went for the field goal. They went for the field goal. And so, again, at the end of the day, man, I'm just telling us, there are 3 factors in this Cowboys loss. The Detroit Lions had a great game plan. Had a great game plan. Got out coached. Just got out coached. And just to be honest, man, I really do think Brian Schottenheimer is going to need another year. Because in the grand scheme of things, man, Brian Schottenheimer hasn't called plays in the grand scheme of things, 5 years? There's a difference in calling plays and calling plays. I mean, there's a difference in calling plays and watching plays get called. There's a difference in calling plays and installing plays. There's a difference in calling plays or Mike McCarthy is calling plays and you, because you got this far back view, and you're saying that if we were doing this, we could do better at this. And then you're going to Mike McCarthy and say, hey, how about we put this and this and this and this? But he's calling the plays now. Brian got out coached tonight. And I don't want to say he got out coached just because, had he had a better game plan, he could have out coached Dan Campbell. Man, I got to give Dan Campbell credit. I'm gonna say it again. I just got to give Dan Campbell credit. They had a great game plan from the start. They just had a great game plan. They came out with a different energy. Big Rambowski talking about Bland. You know what? I'm not going to hate on Bland. That's Jahmyr Gibbs. Y'all do know that's Jahmyr Gibbs, right? Jahmyr Gibbs would have done that to anybody. I would hate to be a defensive back and Jahmyr Gibbs in the flat, me and Jahmyr Gibbs. Y'all can tell me anything y'all want to, bro. That's a tall glass right there. Man, shoot, Jahmyr Gibbs in the open space? Man, I don't care what nobody say. That's a tall glass. That's a tall glass right there, man. Gibbs gonna give most people the business on that. He gonna give most people the business on that. I mean, he is. He gonna give most people the business on that. And yep, did he give Bland the business? Yeah. But I'm not gonna hate on him too much on that. I mean, that's Gibbs. I mean, boy, I'd hate to be in that situation. I bet you any defensive back in the league would tell you they'd hate to be in that situation. Boy, Richard Baptiste, say it again. Special teams kept letting them get long runs on the kickoffs. Gave Detroit great field position. I didn't even understand that, Richard. I thought they were better than that. Anthony Harding, that third down pass interference on Jake killed all momentum. And I got to give that one to Ferguson there. That was another place. The referee killed us on that. The NFL is too technologically advanced. The NFL is too technologically advanced to allow that play. And even for the guy who was up there to say, the replay analyst to say that even he didn't see anything, for the NFL not to look at those types of plays and not let those be looked at or reversed It is absolutely a travesty. Yeah, they cooked the Cowboys on that. They cooked them on that one. That was a momentum breaker right there. That was a momentum breaker. Teddy Drake said, wasn't anything everyone predicted. He said, you are not the Lone Ranger, Z. Lone Ranger, G. I thought they were going to win, too. We all did. We all thought they were going to win. Angie said, I don't think Shoddy found a balance with his play calling. It's not situational enough to me. Well, Angie, I think what happened is, and this is what happens, and this is why I'm glad the Cowboys played this game. We'll see how it turns out. But this is why I'm glad the Cowboys played this game, Angie. This is why I say the Detroit Lions are kind of like our doppelganger, as in, I can see us that if we kind of really get this thing together with our play calling and maybe add a couple of more players, that we can truly be what Brian Schottenheimer said he wants to be. Dan Campbell, understand what we watched. This dude can beat you every kind of way. Dan Campbell has two wide receivers that are great. They're not, I don't even think they're as good as our wide receiver duo. Even though, watch this, they got something that we don't have, even though I don't think the duo is better. Speed. Man, I do not understand why people do not understand how important speed is. Amon-Ra St. Brown turned simple crossing patterns into humongous gains. Humongous gains. The run game, Montgomery and Gibbs. They can hit you with the power run game, and they can hit you with they can hit you with the speed game. We can't do that. We can't do that. And when you can't do that, you can't do some of the things that Detroit does. Detroit was able to get Brian Schottenheimer off balance. Why? Because we don't have that speed. We don't have that kind of speed they have. We don't have that Jahmyr Gibbs speed. We don't have that David Montgomery. We got the David Montgomery power, but we don't have the Jahmyr Gibbs speed. We don't. We don't have it. Even at wide receiver. We don't have that Amon-Ra St. Brown speed. We don't have it. We're missing that. And so it's a little bit easier for teams to do things to us that they can't do to a team like the Detroit Lions. The Detroit Lions truly have what you call a multiple offense. They're not committed. And my issue with us, Brian is committed to a certain type of running. And if that running don't work, Brian has no answer. I don't even understand tonight when we ran Malik Davis. We ran Malik Davis tonight. Let me see. We ran Malik Davis tonight 3 times. And the thing that I didn't understand, why did we have Malik Davis trying to run between the tackles also? We're just afraid of running on the outside. We're afraid of this. You're not going to beat me if you can't punish me on the edges. You're not beating me. If you can't challenge me on the outside of my defense, I'm sorry, you're not beating me. There's no way you're beating me. I'm going to make you so one-dimensional. And the doggone Detroit Lions did to the Cowboys what I thought the Cowboys were going to do to the Detroit Lions. Make Jared Goff beat you. No, the Detroit Lions said, we're going to make Dak Prescott beat us. And look at this doggone box score. This is Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott had a great night as far as passing the ball goes. 31 of 47, 376, 1 touchdown. But look what he had. This is what pressure. One of these wasn't even his fault. The tip pass from George Pickens. And matter of fact, the second interception, even that wasn't an interception. That ball hit the ground. So nevertheless, I'm not going to really look at the interceptions as much as I'm going to look at the sacks. They were after Dak Prescott today. I'd love to know how many times they pressured Dak Prescott. They were after Dak Prescott today. They were after him. And we got after Jared Goff in the first quarter, but after that, it's like we had no answer. We were not willing to take any chances. We got conservative as far as the blitzes went, didn't blitz him. I mean, it's like we were just like so arrogant that, hey, we got a defensive front that can get to anybody between Kenny, Quinnen, and Osa. Didn't work tonight. Didn't work. I'm just telling you, I'm going back to something that Queen said earlier. Queen, I'm just with you. I just don't think the Cowboys, I just don't think they study other teams enough. That's all I can come to the conclusion of. They don't seem to study other teams like other teams study us. Because I'm telling you, man, they were out there exploiting everything about us. They were exploiting everything about us. Angie said, yeah, G, but let's not act like Bland ain't been getting his ankles locked all season. No, he got beat up pretty bad against Harrison Jr., but he bounced back. He had some good games after that. But, hey, Jahmyr Gibbs is different. I know I wouldn't want to be out there on him. Man, that dude will do that to anybody. He'll do that to anybody. But I'm with you. Yeah, Bland got that done by Harrison Jr., but he played well after that. Yeah, Teddy Drake, just not our day. Live to fight another day. It's a learning experience for the Cowboys. Brian Schottenheimer needs this kind of stuff. Brian needs this kind of stuff because I think there's a difference in confidence and cocky. I think there's a difference. I think there's a difference in confidence and cocky. I think there's a difference in arrogant and bragging. You know, Muhammad Ali, for example, I used to always tell people, you know, the thing that I loved about Muhammad Ali is Muhammad Ali wasn't a bragger. I mean, how can you call it bragging when you're telling the truth? If I tell you I'm going to knock you out and I knock you out, then what are you going to do? I mean, what are you going to do? There's nothing you're going to do. I'm going to knock you out, period. I'm going to knock you out because if I'm better than you, I'm going to knock you out. There's nothing you can do. Yeah, Bam Bam, the stiff arm one was really bad. I mean, he threw him to the ground. Yeah, that one was really bad too. Jacob Jackson said the refs called a horrible game on Quinnen Williams roughing the passer. Man, yes. 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 The refs cooked us on a couple of plays. The refs stopped a lot of the Cowboys. I'm not going to say they stopped a lot of the Cowboys' momentum, but they did stop some of the Cowboys' momentum at key moments. At key moments, they stopped them. The referee stopped them, and the league ought to be ashamed of themselves for letting something like that happen. Shanoa said Amon-Ra wasn't hurt. Well, if he was, I can tell you this. If he was hurt, he didn't look like it. He just didn't look like it. Yep. Tesla cooked Revel. But I'm not worried about Revel either. Revel will get better, man. We got to realize, man, Revel's a rookie, man. Revel ain't played football in 14 months. Revel will be fine. Revel's just got to get used to playing the game. I'm not really mad at Revel in the grand scheme of things. Anthony Hardy said if you look closer at that roughing the passer call on Houston, Williams was getting held and they did not see it. No, Anthony, they might have saw it. I'm just saying, they might have saw it, man. Yep, they might have saw it. Richard Baptiste. It is time for the Cowboys. I will not be surprised if we start seeing some Jaden Blue. Regardless of whatever criticism we have of Jaden Blue, the Cowboys need speed. The Cowboys need speed, man. Speed kills. Speed kills, especially when you know how to use it. Dan Campbell knows how to use it. Dan Campbell was able to get Jahmyr Gibbs. He was able to get Gibbs in a lot of open spaces. He was able to get Amon-Ra St. Brown in some open spaces when he needed him to. We have not been able to do this with Kevontae Turpin. Maybe, just maybe, for whatever reason, maybe there's a reason why Mike McCarthy didn't use Turpin, because maybe just couldn't figure out how to do it. I don't know, because I'm just telling you, Brian Schottenheimer doesn't seem like he's figured out how to do it. What did Kevontae Turpin do tonight? Let's look at Kevontae Turpin. What did he do tonight? Kevontae Turpin had 2 receptions for 26 yards. His longest reception was 21 yards. His longest reception was 21 yards. He had 2 targets. We don't know how to use him either. We don't know how to use his speed. I mean, he's not even, I don't understand how the guy on the Detroit Lions, who I know is nowhere near as fast as Kevontae Turpin, I mean, he kept running the Detroit Lions all the way down to the 50. I don't even understand it. What is our blocking? What's going on with the blocking on special teams? But again, this was a game the Cowboys needed. I mean, the Cowboys really needed this game. You gotta see, you gotta see what good, you gotta really see where you are. You need games to know and understand who you actually are. You really did, you really need that. Boy, Christian Legal, boy. Nah, bro, it wasn't just Nate Thomas. Man, this dude, Aiden Hutchinson, he cooked both of them. Nate Thomas and Terrence Steele was getting cooked. Nate Thomas and Terrence Steele was getting cooked. I'm just telling you, they both were. I said this earlier. Man, Cowboys are really going to have to think about this tackle position. I mean, this tackle position situation. Man, the Cowboys are going to have to start thinking about this going into the offseason. You cannot keep saying that Tyler Guyton is improving. He wasn't there tonight. I just wonder if he does any better. How much better does he do? Guyton has looked good during the season, but he gets beat about 5 or 6, maybe 4 or 5 times a game. And when he gets beat, it looks bad. I really think the Cowboys need to really think about this left and right tackle position when they go into this year's offseason. Vargas said, G, no coverage on the 2 and 3 yard slants, no coverage on the crossing patterns going across the field. It seemed like it got to a point with the Cowboys defense. Dan Campbell exposed them so bad that Matt Eberflus may have gotten a little, I ain't going to say he may have gotten a little conservative. He got conservative. He got real conservative. Shanoa said, Flu stopped what was working. That's why, G. I don't think he so much stopped what was working. I think Detroit exposed some of it. I really do. But I will give you this. I didn't understand why he didn't blitz a lot tonight. If I'm not mistaken, like I said, I think he might have blitzed 7 times. Didn't quite understand that. Lock and D, Flus went to that zone defense. I knew it was over. And I think he went to that zone defense because he felt like he thought the Cowboys, it was going to get out of hand, and it didn't matter. It was already out of hand. Andy says Shotty's trying to run play action without establishing the run. Well, the problem for him, I say this on the run, is that he can't do play action because he's one-dimensional in the run. Teams have figured him out. It's simple with him. He wants to run a power run game between the tackles. They take that away from him and he's done. And in the process of taking that away from him, then they get up on him. And I said it last week. I'm going to say it again. Man, you can't keep spotting teams. Let's look at this real quick. Let's go a little bit back and forth. Let's look at this, and then we're going to try to see if we can scope out a couple of interviews. Let's go to this right here. Let's go to the keys to the game that I had this week. Keys to the game. So what did I say in the keys to the game? Establish the run early. I think he tried to establish the run early. But it's so one-dimensional. You know where he's running the ball for the most part. Shotty is running the ball between the tackles just like Mike McCarthy did. He's not going to vary it up hardly any. You pretty much know where he's running, either left or the right. Established the run early. I think he tried to. They stopped him. Fast start by the offense. Didn't happen. Didn't happen. George Pickens early. That didn't happen. The Cowboys, because they're so in love with this slant play, now it's almost like they're making George Pickens one-dimensional. Hey, slant play. It's either slant play or nothing. Oh, the little comeback routes. Come on, man. They got to stop this stuff. Surely you can do more than that. They got CeeDee Lamb on some big plays. Didn't get Kevontae Turpin on any trick plays. Jake Ferguson tried to get him more active, but he made some crucial mistakes. Cowboys scored 30-plus points. Didn't do it. Didn't do it. Run the ball. Run Javonte 20 to 25 times. Malik Davis, more touches. They really didn't do that. I don't even remember seeing Hunter Lipke tonight. No, they didn't give us more span forward. For some reason, we're trying to work Schoonmaker into the game. CeeDee Lamb had caught a pass, pointed to the man, told Schoonmaker to block him. Schoonmaker started jogging. I'm like, what in the Sam Hill is going on, man? What is going on? What did I say? No turnovers. Cowboys had turnovers. Minimize penalties. Cowboys had a bunch of penalties. Take 5 to 6 deep shots. Didn't do that. Score touchdowns. And when they did take a deep shot, it got nullified. Score touchdowns. Nope, they scored field goals. Didn't do trick plays to Turpin. They did take the points on 4th down. No slow start. What did the Cowboys do? Cowboys got a slow start. You just can't keep beating teams like that. And the Cowboys had actually been doing this for weeks. The Cowboys in the first quarter down 10-3. Cowboys in the second quarter, they go in at halftime 29, down 20-9. The third quarter, they are down 27-19, and they started kind of getting a little momentum. But again, they had some penalties, and the referee, some turnovers, and the referees stopped them with some bad calls. So it was tough. It was tough. But I'm telling us on the Cowboys run game, man. The Cowboys run game is simple. Me and Big Rumbowski been talking about this for weeks. We've been joking about it back and forth. But we're both serious on this. Man, the Cowboys run game. And this ain't new. The Cowboys run game been this. It's when it works, it's great. Because understand this, not every team has the personnel that the Detroit Lions have. Not every team has that personnel. You know, that is what it is. Not every team has that personnel. So there'll be certain teams you'll play, and they won't be able to stop you the way that we were stopped by the Detroit Lions. I mean, we're going against the Minnesota Vikings, and we'll probably look like world beaters again because the Minnesota Vikings, they don't have the Detroit Lions personnel. They don't. And this is why I say, we start talking about these games, and I understand that we can be, critique these games, and, we're going to have our overreactions and all of those things like that. But we got to understand in the grand scheme of things, we just got to be honest with ourselves. I mean, man, the Detroit Lions just had a very, very good game plan, and it just did the Cowboys in. They did the Cowboys in. It just seemed like the Cowboys were not. It's like they were not ready. They were ready, but the play calling and it wasn't just on the defense. It's just conservative play calling in so many ways. And the Cowboys offense, man, we just got to be honest with the Cowboys offense. Let me see. I want to pull up NFL Pro in this game. I mean, man, we just got to be honest. Dak Prescott tonight should have had more sacks. They should have sacked Dak Prescott more times than they did. Dak Prescott is making this offensive line at times. Dak Prescott is making them look better than what they actually are. Because it should have been worse tonight. But Dak Prescott was just when he could, he was getting away and doing different things. But, man, in the grand scheme of things, let me look at see. I want to see here if we can get some insights. Okay. Let's try to see if they would show the Dallas Cowboys run game. Because I'm telling you, man, if you look at a diagram of the Cowboys run game, it's so one-dimensional. You pretty much know where the Cowboys are going to run. Okay, they don't have anything on the Cowboys run game tonight. We'll see if they have it tomorrow so we can get a better insight on that. See if we can get a better insight on that. But I'm just telling us, man, the Cowboys are very, very, very one-dimensional in the run game. In the run game for the Cowboys, if you have the personnel to stop it, they'll stop you. And so play action is dead once you stop the Cowboys run game. It's dead. It's absolutely dead. And they stopped them. They absolutely stopped them. Yeah, only for the effects. Someone said great game plans beat talent. It does. This game was a turning point. I wouldn't be surprised if they make the playoffs. I also wouldn't be surprised if they lose out. You might want to go get it, OC. Nah, that's not happening. That's not happening. Mental said refereeing was terrible. Bad turnovers, not efficient enough in the red zone. Yeah. And again, I'm just telling us, the Detroit Lions, they had a great game plan for the Cowboys. Andy said, y'all be careful with Blue. Lower your expectations. He has to grow. Yeah, and Angie, I think this is a great opportunity for him to do it. It's time for the Cowboys to start. If they want to either say we're going to get rid of Jaden Blue, trade Jaden Blue, or he's going to be a part of the plan, well, now is the time. It's time to start trying to work him into the game. Figure out ways that you can use him. Yeah, no, the G code, no. This wasn't about the refs. They were a part of it. It was, as I explained, the Detroit Lions, it was the refs, and it was the Cowboys. All three of them beat the Cowboys. The Cowboys went a long way towards beating themselves. The referees went a long way towards stopping the Cowboys on some big momentum plays. And the Detroit Lions just outplayed the Cowboys in some spots. Gene Moore said, I'm worried Shotty will never move on to the outside runs and speed, utilize swing passes. Gene, how can he? He doesn't have a player on the team that can do it. Well, let me rephrase that. He won't utilize a player on the team that can do it. And he doesn't want to do it because that's not his game style. Man, if you're going to tell me you're going to run between the tackles all day long, I guarantee you I'm going to stop you. I'm going to stop you. The run game for the Cowboys is very one-dimensional. The big Rumbowski said Maffa had a busted shoulder as a senior at Clemson, then injured that same shoulder the last game of the preseason. Okay, is that what happened? Rumbowski, we're not seeing him this year. They've already been talking about that. Yeah, I don't think we're going to see him this year. The G code, he said, you're right, G, we got beat in all three phases. Yeah. Yep. Detroit had a better game plan. Now, understand this. They had a better game plan, and they also got real good personnel. Even hurt, the Detroit Lions were good. They were. Amon-Ra St. Brown and Montgomery is a dangerous combination. They got two different types of runners, and they utilize both of them. And they utilize them just enough. I mean, it's not like they're racking up. You know, when you look at the games, because I noticed this in the game they played last week. When you look at how they're running, for example, look at this right here. This is insane. It's not like they're running for 200 yards. No, they're not running for 200 yards. But what they are doing is being efficient when they do run. David Montgomery, 6 for 60, 10 yards, 1 touchdown. They keep him fresh. Jahmyr Gibbs, he's the speed part of the game. He was only 12 for 43. but he had a 19-yarder one. Montgomery had a 35-yarder. This dude, Jahmyr Gibbs, had 3 touchdowns. They're multiple, quote unquote, multiple in their run game. Inside and outside, power game and speed game, passing game. I mean, look at Jahmyr. This is what the Cowboys, this is exactly how, when you look at Jaden Blue in college, this is exactly how they used Jaden Blue in college. And I told y'all what the Detroit Lions were going to do. They were going to get these running backs involved in the run game. Jahmyr Gibbs was a whopping 7 receptions for 77 yards. Woo! We don't have a running back that can do that. We don't have a running back that can do that. And Javonte can't do that. That's not his MO. It's not that he can't play in the passing game, but that's not his MO. There's a reason why even the Lions, they're letting Gibbs do that more than Montgomery. Why? Because of the stuff that Gibbs did to Deron Bland. Gibbs is a nightmare going up against a linebacker, and he's definitely a nightmare out there in the flat against the defensive back, especially against Deron Bland. Deron Bland, boy, he'll never be blamed for being good on his feet. That man, boy, he'll fall down. He is not. That boy got foot problems, man. But when you look at us, we don't have a running back that can play in the run game. The one thing that was so incredible about Emmitt Smith could play the power game. Emmitt Smith could play the sweep game. Emmitt Smith could play the screen game. Emmitt Smith could catch out of the backfield. Emmitt Smith was all over the place. We are one-dimensional in the run game. Rushing, 17 for 67, 3 for 6 from Malik Davis. That's basically 70 yards, not counting Dak Prescott. That would be 84. Kevontae Turpin would be 88. I'm telling us, man, we're one-dimensional in the run game. This power run game stuff, you just can't do it. Stop it. Andy said, I can't be all bad since I hit on my parlay because of Gibbs and Javonte. Oh, man. Rabowski. Guyton was going to get beat up, too. He was going to get his, too. But again, I really, this game showed us where we are. You need these kind of games. It's not the fact that the Cowboys get beat. What do they do after this game? And I know a lot of people talk about, yeah, man, go on out and tank the rest of the season. Cowboys not tanking the rest of the season. Cowboys are going to try to win out, and I think they still have an opportunity to win out. Even though I think the Commanders, after watching them against the doggone Denver Broncos, boy, to watch the Commanders is going to get the Cowboys game of their life. So the Cowboys I think they are going to have a couple of tough games coming up. It'll be the Chargers. We'll see what the Chargers look like. It's going to be the Chargers, and then it's going to be the Commanders. But the Vikings, Cowboys, that should be a get-right game. They need to go up in there and beat the brakes off the Minnesota Vikings. Go back home and beat the Vikings. Primer Ray said Detroit had an answer for everything we did. Yeah. Flus couldn't return the favor. Nope. Couldn't do it. And one of the things, again, I really would like for Brian to figure out ways to use our talent more. I want his scheme. I want y'all to think about how we use these elite 3 players on offense we have. Dak Prescott. I still say some of what's going on with the Cowboys is Dak Prescott doing what Dak Prescott does. Dak Prescott is making some of Shoddy's stuff look good. The same way Dak did with Mike McCarthy, same way Dak did with Jason Garrett, same way Dak did with Kellen Moore. Dak makes offensive coordinators look good because Dak extends plays. Dak escapes. Dak Dak is out there wheeling and dealing a lot of times because of the offensive line breaks down. Dak Prescott is out there doing his thing. I think Brian Schottenheimer is riding some of that like other OCs have done. I do think Kellen Moore is pretty creative sometimes. You think about how we're using George Pickens. Well, we relegated George Pickens down to a slant play now. I said the play is unstoppable. Detroit said, well, hold my drink because I'm going to come out and stop it tonight. And the Cowboys had no adjustment after they stopped that unstoppable play. One thing about this league, they will catch up with you, so you got to learn how to stay. You got to learn how to stay versatile. So understand what I'm saying. We're not using a scheme per se to get an elite receiver in winning situations. We're actually using an elite receiver's skills with a very simple play, and we're turning those into big plays. It's the same thing with CeeDee Lamb. CeeDee Lamb is an elite wide receiver. He's an elite route runner. But in the grand scheme of things, Shotty isn't taking advantage of the skill set with a scheme that gets those two players that not only uses their athleticism, but also because he's let's say, if he was a master play caller, he's a master play caller to where he says, and I use that skill set and I get them in situations that are winnable. I figure out ways to get them one-on-one. I figure out ways to get them outside. I figure out ways to get them deep. I figure out ways to get them the ball in situations to where they can win against a situation. We're not watching Brian do that. Brian right now, his game plan seems to be based upon more of the skill of the players than him using the skill of the players with a great scheme. I watched Dan Campbell tonight, who I thought he looked, I just didn't think he would be able to call a game this good against the Cowboys. Called a great game against the Cowboys. And he was able to use the skill set of his players. He put them in winning situations. They found things on the field. Oh, you got a safety on the running back. Oh, you got a linebacker on the running back. Oh, we're going to exploit this. Oh, we're going to put Gibbs in the slot. We're going to exploit what you got out there in coverage. Using, you got elite players, but your plan. What is your plan to get them in winnable situations? Man, we don't seem to be able to do that. It's like we're relying on the skill of that player rather than saying, we got an elite player. Now let's put a plan in place to make sure he wins almost every single time. It's tough. Vargas said, 30 points should be enough for a win versus any team. No. Not agreeing. The defense didn't make enough high-level plays. Hold on a second. Vargas, let's hold that thought. So let's go back to what you said. So you said that the defense didn't make enough high-level plays. So let's go back and look at this. You said 30 points ought to be enough, right? Hold on a second. You got to look at when you scored to 30 points. We only had 19 points by the third quarter. The Detroit Lions only had 27 points by the third quarter. They scored 17 points in the fourth quarter. But some of these points came off of turnovers. Some of the Detroit Lions points came off of turnovers. Came off of turnovers. Came off of giving them short fields. Just came off of stuff like that. It wasn't just the fact that they ran up in there and scored 44 points on us. 14 of these points are off of turnovers. What if they don't have the turnovers? You can't play a team like Detroit and have 14 points in turnovers. You can't do it. I think the thing is we want our defense, and I do understand that if we make mistakes, we should be good for a couple of mistakes. But we got to think about where these mistakes were made. One was made on the Cowboys side, was made in the to where I think the Detroit Lions got it somewhere near the 50. And the one to George Pickens, boy, it was a tragedy. Ran that thing down almost to the touchdown. He almost ran a touchdown with that. Yeah, DJ Fat, they read your list and did the opposite. Yep. They didn't do any of the things, the keys to victory that I said. They didn't do any of these keys to victory. They just said to heck with those. Again, they threw those in the trash. Yep. They threw them in the trash. Cowboys still hurt themselves with penalties. The defense get 6 defensive stops. They didn't get 6 defensive stops. I'm pretty sure they didn't. Another thing they didn't do, they didn't force any turnovers. It's hard to beat a team when you don't force turnovers. Pressure golf up the middle. Did it in the first quarter. Stop doing it after that. Stop the run. The Cowboys didn't stop the run. Blitz, blitz, blitz. Matt Eberflus didn't blitz. I mean, I think it might have been 7 or 8 times, a handful of times. Defensive front wasn't dominant. And I think they got out physical. I still don't understand how a Detroit Lion offensive line that people said was decimated came out and handled up on the Cowboys. Defensive keys. Let's dig in a little deep. Stop Gibbs and Montgomery. Didn't do it. 5-man front to shut down the run. I'm not sure I saw that 5-man front a lot today. Y'all tell me. I didn't see it. Maybe I missed it. Overshown. Big plays. Didn't make big plays. Defensive back interceptions. Didn't get there. Stop Jameson Williams. Jameson still got it in on us. Be ready for some trick plays. Dan kept it quite kind of conservative. Didn't do any trick plays in the grand scheme of things. Minimize big plays. They got some big plays on us. Pressure Jared Goff constantly. Didn't do it. That's the one part of the game I didn't understand. I don't understand why they didn't go after Jared Goff consistently. Gap integrity. Cowboys are killing themselves with Murray Jr. I don't understand it. I think this is a matter of they paid him, they're going to play it. They paid him, they're going to play him. Cowboys didn't create turnovers. Stop Campbell 4th down tries. Campbell shocked me tonight. Didn't go for 4th downs. He was determined to beat the Cowboys. Match energy. I don't think the Cowboys matched their energy either way. I don't. Special teams. Brandon Aubrey's extra points only. Didn't happen. Big plays from Turpin in the kicking game. Didn't happen. Big plays from Clark and company. Man, I don't understand. They fell apart. Detroit Lions gained a ton of yards on special teams. Dak Prescott will be phenomenal. He actually was. Dak Prescott actually was phenomenal. Got away, escaped a lot of times. I mean, he played Houdini out there tonight. What was missing was a run game. Cowboys defense will have Goff running for his life. They did the first quarter. After that, they gave up. Multiple sacks by the Cowboys defense. No, it was multiple sacks by the Detroit Lions defense. Cowboys defense will stop the run. Didn't happen. Pickens and Lamb will eat. Lamb ate. Didn't happen for Pickens. Playoff game. Well, it was a playoff game and the Cowboys got beat. I said the score was going to be 34-20 if it went good. If it didn't go good, I said the score would be Cowboys 24. The Lions would be 27. So the Cowboys, man, there was just a lot of things they didn't do. But what I'm not going to pretend that it was all because the Cowboys didn't play well. Man, Detroit had a good game plan. Had a great game plan. They did. Big Rumbowski said it was more like a slow start. Yeah, followed by turnovers, then 20-9 by halftime. Game plans go out the window by that point. Brian can't figure out how to get a fast start. He just can't figure it out. And I think they're too talented not to, because sometimes you'll see where some of the really good OCs, and I'm not saying that Brian isn't a good OC, guys, but we got to realize Brian hasn't called plays in 5 years. But they'll script their first 20 plays. And they practice those plays. And they're extremely sharp on those plays. I'm not sure we do that. I mean, we seem to start every game the same. Javonte Williams run the ball. Javonte Williams comes out, run the ball, get us in 3rd and 4, get us in 3rd and 6. Team start keying on the run. Next thing you know, the Cowboys find themselves either kicking a field goal or punting. Team gets up on us by a few points, and it's over. Let's think about this. This is the Cowboys' first drive. Cowboys held the Detroit Lions to 3 points on the first drive. I thought that was really good. Cowboys come out on their first drive. Cowboys, they have a 4-yard run to Javonte Williams. Dak Prescott, short pass. Then they have a 1st and 10. They get -5 yards on that pass. They have a 2nd and 15. They get a 19-yard pass. Then they get an incomplete. Then on 2nd and 10, they get a 0-yard run. Now, I think this is where the Cowboys put themselves against behind the 8 ball too. So if you're going to come out and pass on 1st down and you throw an incomplete pass, you really kill what you can do from that point forward on plays. Because if you don't get a lot of yards on the 2nd down, and especially if you decide to run on 2nd down, well, if you don't run for about 8 to 9 yards, you're going to put yourself in 3rd and long, and this is what the Cowboys were kind of doing. They had a 0-yard run on 2nd and 10, which then put them in a 3rd and 10. It was incomplete. Cowboys kicked a field goal. The Lions came back. The Lions had good field position. They had 8 plays, 47 yards. Cowboys are killing themselves on special teams. They really were. They were killing themselves on special teams. The Detroit Lions only got 47 yards to drive. 4-yard pass, 7-yard pass, 5-yard penalty, 2-yard pass, 26-yard pass, 7-yard run, touchdown, extra point. Don't understand why the Cowboys didn't blitz Jared Goff more. 2nd quarter, the Cowboys get the ball again. This is the Cowboys. This is how they start off their drives. They're always starting them out with a run. Javonte Williams, 7-yard run, 2-yard run, 4-yard pass. Come out on 1st down, 3-yard run, 1-yard pass, 16-yard pass. 4-yard run, 3-yard run, 5-yard run on 3rd and 3, 7-yard pass on 1st and 10, a 2-yard run on 2nd and 3, 1-yard run on 3rd and 1, pass incomplete. Now you put yourself behind the 8 ball, 9-yard sack, field goal. And this is the Cowboys. Detroit came back out. Another touchdown. This time they went 68 yards. I could not understand why were the Cowboys not just saying we're selling the farm. We're selling the farm on Detroit. But they let them drive They let them drive 7 plays. Going back to the Cowboys, they were able to score. They put together a 14-play drive, 58 yards. Did pretty good on that. But the problem is once you get down in those points, man, you really, really take away a lot of your, running ability. Cowboys got down 20-9, 3rd quarter, came out, got down 27-9. That pushed you behind the 8 ball every single time. Just Detroit had a game plan. Yeah, Anthony, yep. The Lions starting field position. Can't blame the defense when the Lions were starting at midfield. This was the one game you really... Special teams did so great against Philadelphia. They did good against Arizona. You just never think about the special teams being that kind of factor. And so, I'm just telling us in the grand scheme of things. I know we can go back and say a lot of things about this, that, and the other, and I ain't mad at us for doing it because I understand. We'll talk more about this on Overreaction Monday tomorrow. But this stuff for me, I look at it as getting out coached. I look at some of this stuff as getting out coached. it just don't seem like Brian got him prepared enough. But again, I don't want to make excuses for him. Maybe the 3 games in 15, 16 days was just tough for the Cowboys. What was it? 3 games in like an 3 games in an 11 game span. They won all 3. Then they had to go on the road to Detroit. This was going to be a tough game. We knew it was going to be a dogfight. Detroit's got some kind of weird record I'd never thought about. I don't know if y'all heard about this record that the Detroit Lions have, but the Detroit Lions have not lost 2 games in a row in some weird number of years. Let me see here. They were talking about this tonight. Yeah, when was the last time the Detroit Lions lost back-to-back games? The last time the Detroit Lions lost back-to-back games was October the 22nd, if I'm not mistaken. They have not lost back-to-back games since October 2022. October 2022. It's a crazy record. It's a crazy record. And I don't really think those things mean anything, but I guess it does. I mean, I guess it does. Yeah, Mog Dog, yeah, the defense made no plays at all tonight. You said the Statue of Liberty, we still couldn't sack him. I saw somewhere only blitzed like 4 times. I think it was 7. It seemed like to me, Matt Eberflus got afraid of. Let me ask y'all this. What if, and I don't know if we'll ever know this, what if the Cowboys were counting on Amon-Ra St. Brown? What if they were counting on him not playing? As far as the defense goes. What if they didn't expect him to play? Amon-Ra St. Brown, I mean, for me, I think you have to practice like he's playing. But what if your game plan, you prepared like he wasn't playing? Because if you prepared like he wasn't playing, that's probably a part. Rumbowski, you said we were joking about something all week. Well, one of the things, Rumbowski, we've been talking about is about the Cowboys. If you stop the run game and you put everything in front of, if you make Dak play in front of the defensive backs, man, you can pretty much stop Brian Schottenheimer. We've been talking about this for weeks. And so, again, when I think about Brian Schottenheimer's play calling, I don't see him calling games where he's using the elite skills of the players. I see his game plan more of him depending on the players to make big plays on a simple scheme, if that makes sense. Ryan says Shotty needs to realize this ain't the 90s. You need more than a power run up the middle to win. Power backs need speed to complement them. He's not getting this, Ryan. That's the part he's not getting. And then to double down and go and try to get another running back of that same type, you still got the same problem. Man, people got to realize speed kills. Ice Wall, I am agreeing with you. Shotty's coaching is predictable like McCarthy. And I think it showed tonight. Now, Ice Wall, think about this. The issue is, though, not everybody has the personnel the Detroit Lions have. And so they don't look the same when Shotty goes against them. They don't look the same. But the Detroit Lions, well, we thought they were descending. I thought they were descending. But again, they got this weird stat out here where they haven't lost back-to-back games since October 2022. So Cowboys got caught on one of them, or they coming off a loss from the Green Bay Packers. And they were up for the Cowboys, man. They really were. I mean, they had a different energy. I didn't think the Cowboys, I didn't think all the Cowboys matched their energy. I think Dak Prescott matched their energy. I really did. CeeDee Lamb, I think CeeDee Lamb matched their energy. I really do. But other than that, I really couldn't. I really couldn't see. I really couldn't see everything else. Yeah, Big Rumbowski said if you take away those 2 turnovers that led to 14 points, then that's 30-30. It's a whole different ball game. Yeah, that's why I was saying about the defense. I mean, we got to look at how they gave up those 44 points. Man, we put them boys in a bad situation. I think Anthony Harding brought it up about the field position. Yep, you cannot let a good offense start at midfield. We let them get good field position. I mean, man, we were really asking Matt Eberflus. Chanel in the house, what up? He said the defense was horrible. Special teams were horrible. 230 yards off kickoffs. That's insane. It's insane. Chanel said Fossil would have stupid penalties, but never allowed 230 yards. Turpin has not had a big kickoff return all year. Facts. What up, Chanel? Terrible. Terrible. Yep, I mentioned this earlier. Dan did not have to go for 4 downs as Lions had 10 first downs and converted 5. The other 5, they stopped themselves on the other 5. Yeah, man, it was crazy. Ryan, I don't understand why we didn't even. I mean, in the first quarter, man, James Houston got that sack. I said, here we go. Boy, after that, it was Scarecrow, he said all these analysts went for the Cowgirls to be fired because they don't know nothing about football. Scarecrow, that ain't true. Man, the Cowboys on the roll, man. Real estate vet said, gee, what did we do right, for goodness sake? I like our aggression. We played with our pad. Appreciate that super chat. Again, Brian and this coaching staff, guys, they're going to need another year. Doesn't mean they're not going to win out after this game. They're just going to need another year. I think they need I think they're going to have to continue to work on this personnel. But they're also going to have to work on themselves too. Brian has got to, this is his first year back coach. I mean, his first year back calling plays. But Brian's got to get a little bit more creative, if you ask me. Chanel said, geez, you have been preaching all year. Shotty refuses to get a change of pace back constantly with the offensive structure, so the defensive coordinator played the run gaps. It's easy, man. Chanel, I'm telling you, it's easy to stop Brian Schottenheimer if you have the personnel. If you don't have the personnel, it don't matter. You can't stop him. But if you have the personnel, you really make him one-dimensional. You do to him what I thought we were going to do to Jared Goff. You put the game in the hands of Dak Prescott. And guys, that's not a bad thing. Dak Prescott still could have won this game tonight. But man, Dak Prescott, his team, Dak Prescott team be selling him, man. George Pickens with the tip pass, Ferguson with the fumble. I mean, man, they be selling Dak Prescott sometimes, man. All right, man, let's check out a couple of, I appreciate y'all still hanging in here tonight. Let's listen to the Brian Schottenheimer postgame show. I don't see Jerry Jones yet. Let's look at the postgame show from Brian Schottenheimer, see what he has to say. Let's let the ad go through. We're going to listen to that. But again, guys, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not upset. I'm not upset. The Cowboys have won 3 games in a row. I know we want them to win out. This is growing pains for this new coaching staff. It's growing pains for a team that's going to make a serious run at the Super Bowl next year. They're going to be a whole lot better. They're going to improve the personnel. They're going to continue to do that. But it's growing pains. It's growing pains, man. Brian is going to have to continue to learn. Bro, you got to be better. You got to be better in this league, man. You have got to be better. And you're going to have to take more chances, man. Y'all are going to have to go downfield more. You don't have these 2 wide receivers and you're not going down the field more. You're going to have to take some shots. You got to take more shots. You got to get some deeper routes. I mean, you got to stop relying on the skill of these players and learn how to use the skill of these players, if that makes sense. You got to do some of the stuff that we saw Dan Quinn do. Dan Campbell. Dan Campbell knows he has elite level players. He used them. Simple as that. He used them. He used those elite level players. Yeah, Tech. You're right. That's what I said tonight. Couldn't get out of our own way. We got beat by the Lions, the refs, and ourselves. Yeah, Chanel, 3 games in 12 games is tough. It's tough. But I still say the Cowboys can win out. I still say they can win out. I think this was the toughest game. This was the toughest game of the remaining 5. The Cowboys should still be able to win out. They're going to get a couple of mini bye weeks. They're going to have 10 days after this game, 10 days after the Commanders game. They got to win the next 3, which I do think they will be able to do. Don't know if they'll do it. Let me see here. Let me go back, Shannara. Let me see where you are here. Yeah, we them boys. Yeah, we got to learn from this loss. I was thinking about Diggs tonight when I was watching this game, Shannara. And it makes me wonder if the reason why they set Diggs is that they knew they were not going to go as much man. I just wonder if that may be one of the reasons why they set Diggs. Chanel said, "G, you don't coach a team expecting a player to be out. Gee, I'm sorry, those are excuses. No team in their right mind practice calls plays expecting the other team's player not to be there." Man, Chanel, it really makes me wonder. Because the reason why I say this, it's like when Amon-Ra St. Brown kind of showed that flash. It's like we got conservative. It's like we were scared to get the big play on us. Man, you get scared to get the big play on you, you're going to get the big play. Tech. No, I think Shotty is going to need another year. Shotty just needs to finish this year, go back and evaluate what he did this year, and come back better next year. I think Shotty can be a good play caller. I think his plays look in some. Man, I just can't call it on Shotty. It's like he's not using the skill of the players, if that makes sense. His scheme is more player dependent than his scheme saying, "I got elite players. I can do whatever I want to do with them. I can do things. I can hit you every kind of way," because he said he wants to be multiple. But I don't know if he's been quite multiple. I don't know if he's been as multiple as he says he wants to be. Yeah, no, they're not going to get an OC. I mean, Clayton Adams is already here. I don't think they're going to turn the play calling over to Clayton Adams. Shotty is going to be the play caller even next year. Chanel said Detroit was down in their personnel tonight. We got out-coached. Exactly. We did not play with any change offensively. I just think we thought we could line up and beat them, and it didn't happen. Well, Ice Wall Cowboy, my wife said the same thing tonight. She said, Detroit, they play like this all season. Jeffy laughing. As if she been watching Detroit. Primary said, I agree with you about most of Shotty's scheme, but he does try to get his use out of Turpin. At some point, teams are going to shut him down every time he lines up in the backfield. Yeah, it just seems like he uses he's got to work on that scheme. He's got the rest of the season to do it. Man, Ryan Flanoy is nice. He can ball. Really beat Robinson for a Cowboys touch. Oh, yeah, he can ball. I think they're better when he's out there than Turpin. I think they just need to continue to use Turpin as a gadget guy. King Kong Community said, all these players under McCarthy struggling under Shotty. Yeah. Lost in translation, man. You got to tell me. You got to tell me on this, man. What happened to them using motion? I don't understand it, man. That's why I say Brian just be so reliant, it seems, more on the players than his scheme, putting them in winnable situations. Kind of like Angie's talking about situational. Yes, play calling is situational. It's more based on the players. Think about what Shotty said. When he calls plays, He thinks about players. Well, you also should be thinking situation. What is the best player for this situation? And how do I put him in a winnable situation to help us in our situation? Shotty's got to do some improvements. He really does. Chanel said, I would say this, and people in the chat may disagree with what I'm saying, but the refs calling Fergie on offensive PI has not been called against the receiver all year. That play changed the dynamics. Chanel, that's what I said too. They got beat by the refs. That was a terrible play call. That was a terrible. That play changes the game. The Cowboys punched that ball in right there. It changes the game. That was a bad call by the referees. Terrible call. Terrible call. Big Ron Bowski said Diggs probably saw St. Brown running and jumping out there during pregame warm-ups and said, nah, I'm not ready yet. Marquielos, he said, gee, I'm not disappointed. We will win out and go 10-6-1. I think so, too. I'm not really as disappointed as I would have been had the Cowboys not won 3 games in a row. I'm not as disappointed. So, I think the Cowboys win out. I think they'll still get some help. Yeah, I agree with you, Chanel. That's a coaching issue, is how you change to the flow of the game. Yeah, that the G Code, he said, yeah, I sent a super chat. Yeah, I appreciate you, no worry, but I agree with Diggs. I'm tired of this crappy zone. I think the problem is, Foot's the king. I saw something that he said tonight. He said, but we did play some man too, and we got cooked on that too. Robert said 70% of shotty calls are audible by Dak. I'm not sure on that. I'd have to really know. I'd really like to know if that was some true data. Because Dak really seems to stick to whatever shot he calls. Richard said, gee, I believe the shot is very passive and he doesn't have a clue on how to use the star players. You know what, Richard? I think it takes a really good coach to use more than 3-star players. I think it requires a very good play caller. Really does. Jameer said on that Ferguson PI, it was a false start. Also, go watch it. Oh, okay. Only for the elect, he said, if they don't get an OC, it's over for Jerry. Nah, he said already. Shotty is his man calling plays. All right, let's check out Brian Schottenheimer, man. It's only a 10-minute interview. Let's check it out.
Games, 17 days.
Uh-oh.
Their asses off.
Shotty comes out the box with the amount of games. Yeah, Texas Tech. This is why I say Texas Tech. I think he needs a whole year. Shotty needs a whole year. He needs to go through this whole year. All of it. Experience all of it. You got beat by a good team tonight. There's no point in putting your head down. Keep on going. Win the rest of the games. Finish 10-6-1. Anything can happen.
I don't know. We're just going to keep playing. We don't control who wins and loses. We just control what we can do.
That's
really
it. Keep playing.
I told them that. 4 games, 17 days, battle their asses off. Proud of them. We knew tonight that it was going to come down to a couple things. We knew we had to take care of the football and take it away. We didn't do a very good job with that.
Nope.
And then we knew we had to win the trenches, and we didn't really do that.
Didn't win.
I thought they played hard, gave up too many explosives, and then, of course, just couldn't. When we'd get a little momentum, we just couldn't get a stop. And so the complimentary football wasn't what it's been over the last couple weeks. And when you play a good football team like this on the road, unfortunately, when you do that, it's going to be hard to win. Yeah, they're fast. We got guys that can run, too. I felt like we didn't tackle great. When they got in the perimeter a little bit, I thought they hurt us.
Yeah, you're right,
We
Chanel.
have to look at that. But it's an explosive football team. Thought, Goff played very, very well, but we just gave up too many explosives. Explosive run, Montgomery hits explosive run.
Yeah, I agree with you too, Austin. He got out coached.
One-score game, and those are things that we have been doing over the last,
Teddy Drake, I hope I put some things into perspective. I know everybody don't agree, but I just try to put things into perspective.
No, I don't think so. I want to look at it. I mean, he was being doubled. The minute CD went out, they just decided to play everything two-man over there and try to double him and take him away. But I don't think so. Really proud of Flournoy, him stepping up. I thought CD before the injury was outstanding. We knew we'd hit some explosives, and unfortunately, we just, we weren't very good in the red zone. Kicked too many field goals, and against a team like this, you can't kick field goals.
Yeah, two crucial offensive pass interference penalties, one on Pickens and sort of the big one on Ferguson. Can you talk about those?
Whoa. You know what? Hold on a second. That pass interference call on George Pickens was garbage. That interference call was garbage. That defensive back was the one who tried to crash down on Pickens. That play was garbage. League ought to be ashamed of itself on those on both of those pass interferences. Those were garbage. Yeah, that doggone, man, I'm going to tell you, Dan called a good game tonight, man. He really did. I'll give it to him. That's why I said tonight, it wasn't just the Cowboys getting beat. It was also Dan Campbell had a great game plan. They had a great game plan offensively and defensively for the Cowboys.
I'm not going to get into that. It's not ultimately what decided the game.
Oh, no, Shotty, I understand Shotty don't want to talk about them penalties because, you get, I think, fined by the league talking about those referees. Boy, those two calls were trash. The third call was trash, but I thought the George Pickens one was egregious. Come on, man. That was an egregious bad call by the refs on that one on Pickens, man.
Yeah, it looked like it was a fire zone, and sometimes, based on the pieces, how they get in there, 1, 2, and 3, there's matchup things. And
Jameer, I will address this right here. You said that was a stupid backward pass by Dak. Yeah. Hey, man, Dak was under pressure. Should have took the sack. I think he tried to throw it over there. I don't think he was trying to throw it backwards, but he threw a backward pass. Now, also on Dak Prescott, he had a heck of a game. He played a great game. But, boy, Dak Prescott missed a couple of them, y'all. And I know y'all know the ones I'm talking about. Dak Prescott missed Ryan Flournoy. 1-on-1. Oh, my. Dak threw it to the outside shoulder rather than throwing that ball to the middle of the field. Ryan Flournoy catches that touchdown, and that game is different from that point forward. There was another play. CeeDee Lamb up the left side. Dak Prescott throws it out of bounds. CeeDee Lamb had cooked the corner wide open. Dak missed 2 throws, maybe 3. You talk about the backwards one. That was pretty bad. But Dak Prescott did miss a couple of missed CD, and missed Ryan Flournoy. Both of those were touchdowns. Straight up. Ahmed 3000. Cowboy fans complaining about egregious calls. Hey, man. We get some too, but those were bad. What? Come on, man. You got to admit, those were some bad calls, man. Proper Rage TV, he said, yeah, man. Yeah, Chanel said, yeah, but CD was not looking correctly. Yeah, oh, man. The communication would have been right on those, man. Those, oof. Man, those have been touchdowns. Text Tech, yeah, I appreciate you. Love y'all too, man. Yes, sir. Yeah, man, Dak was under just terrible pressure. Just wasn't a lot he could do. He was under bad pressure tonight. It seemed like to me they was throwing an extra player. They were throwing an extra player at Dak Prescott all night long. Throwing an extra player at him all night long, man. Yeah, Chanel, he was running for. I thought Jared Goff was gonna be running for his life. Man, Dak Prescott was running for his life, bro. Shoot, like R. Kelly said, y'all killing me with this. He's running for his life.
So they made the play. Really good throw by Jared. But again, I thought we were pretty good on third down on defense. And in the red zone we weren't very good. So again, to me, in this game, you look at it, they were 4 or 5. I think in the red zone we were 1 of 3. We're kicking field goals, they're scoring touchdowns. And again, when you play on the road against a really good football team, you can't do that. And unfortunately, that's why we stand here tonight.
When you look at the pressure that Dak was under, were you surprised that the way that they were attacking up front, or is that how they go?
No, that's the way they play. I mean, this team has a play style that I really respect. I really respect Dan and the job he and his staff do. Told Coach Shepard after the game, ton of respect for him. First year coordinator, and they gave us a bunch of fits, especially early in the first half. We were struggling to kind of find our rhythm in the first half. I thought we made some good adjustments coming out of half, but Hutchinson, McNeil, I think Muhammad had 3 tonight.
So
you're not going to win many football games when you're doing that.
Riddle me this. We've seen the Cowboys play some good pass rushers on the edges, in particular Michael Parsons, elite edge rusher. So it seemed to me that the Cowboys were saying, we're going to match the Detroit Lions with our 5-man front, and from time to time keeping Javonte Williams in the block. I don't understand why the Cowboys didn't line up a tight end wherever Aiden Hutchinson was. Don't understand why the Cowboys didn't say wherever he lines up, we'll put a tight end on that side. Don't understand that. I do not understand why the Cowboys didn't run more, maybe 12 personnel. Don't understand that. It was like they were willing to go. It was like they were basically willing to go with their 5-man front against, as Chanel is pointing out, the jumbo packages that they ran against the Cowboys. I don't understand that. I don't understand that.
Yeah, concussion. Saw him, talked to him after the game, and he'll be in the protocol.
He'll be good.
Yeah, for sure. The field position felt like it was, I don't know the numbers off the top of my head, but they seemed to be starting around the 40. We certainly didn't cover very well. And I thought that that kind of flipped the field. We gave them a bunch of short fields, and we have to look at why that was. And we'll do that. Certainly an area for us to clean up.
But you know what I think this game is telling us? I really think this game is teaching the Cowboys a lesson. While Dan Quinn didn't hit the Cowboys with trick plays the way that we kind of expected, but Dan Campbell. But Dan Campbell had a great game plan. I want y'all to think about this. You don't get 230 yards in return yards on accident. You don't get that on accident. That's a plan. That is a plan. That is you saying, I know how we can beat this team. Field position. It just makes you wonder, like, how much do you really focus? Like, you're getting ready to play Detroit. How much do you truly focus on and sit down and say, hey, man, we got to make sure our special teams, and I'm sure you sit down and say your special teams is going to be on point, but do you really sit down and say, hey, we got to be careful because they may attack us in the special teams? I was flabbergasted tonight watching them return kick after kick after kick on the Cowboys to the 40, to the 40, to the 45. I'm like, What is going on? The Cowboys had no answer for it. The guy who was returning the kicks wasn't even a speedster. They had no answer for it. Yeah, James Hurd. I think it's James. Cowboys celebrated like they won the Super Bowl last Thursday. You know, I heard something crazy. Somebody said the Cowboys won their Super Bowl when they beat the Philadelphia Eagles. I don't believe it, but that's what they said. Teddy Drake. I just don't believe this team is better than us. I refuse to believe it pound for pound. Teddy Drake. We got outcoached. We got outcoached. They watched film. It seemed like they watched film and we didn't. Chanel said, gee, but what is crazy is that the special teams coach kept kicking the ball to the running back instead of kicking the ball into the end zone. Make it make sense. My wife said the same thing or something similar. Same thing, bro. Chanel, this is exactly what I mentioned. Like, I don't understand. Why didn't they put a tight end out there? Why didn't they put a tight end on the edges? Why didn't they use Hunter Lipke more in the backfield? They were content with using Javonte Williams back there. Nate was getting beat up and Shotty refused to give help to Nate. Man, the Cowboys put way too much faith in Nate Thomas going against Aiden Hutchinson. Bro, anybody going against Aiden Hutchinson would need help. I agree. On one of those plays, Nate blew and still got pushed out into Dak's knee. Oh, I saw that. Boy, I thought Dak was hurt bad. Because Dak limped off the field, Chanel. I thought Dak was hurt, bro. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I agree with his coaching. Yeah, we got our coached. That's why I say, man, I'm giving Detroit credit. Dan Campbell had a plan. Big Rabowski said it's all about which backup players the team puts on their kickoff lines to block. Shotty would be smart to study who Detroit uses and how they have been blocking. Bro, they did a number on us on special teams. That was a big part of this. Yeah, Chenard pointed this out. Texas Tech field position was huge. Huge. We'll check out that field position again after Brian Schottenheimer.
Yeah, again, Terp knows better than that. It's pretty simple, Tommy. Just don't do it. I mean, if you put your hand up, you can't run. You know, if you declare for the fair catch, you gotta be clear and decisive with it. And if you do, then don't run.
Man, I'm struggling with the Cavonte Turpin penalty about Cavonte Turpin calling fair catch. At least maybe I'm confused. I thought Turpin fair caught it, but started running because he thought the defender didn't know he made a fair catch call. And rather than him taking a hit from the defender, I thought that was the reason why he started running. I would love to hear this from Cavonte Turpin, because I don't think Cavonte Turpin tried to sneak and call a fair catch and then run. No, I think he didn't want to take the hit, and he thought the guy was going to hit him. At least that's what I thought. And so he thought he went ahead and ran the ball. So, yeah, we're going to look at this in a minute, though, Texas Tech. I want to see where their average starting spot was on this thing.
17. Again, we keep playing. I mean, we're ready.
Keep playing.
Play anybody, anywhere. It doesn't change because you lose to the Detroit Lions when you don't play very good. We did not play very good tonight, and that's why we lost. I'd love to play them again tomorrow if they'd let us.
No, you wouldn't.
Let us do that. So we do have a little bit of time. Like somebody asked me.
You mean you play them again next week, but not tomorrow?
Stuff, you know, over these next couple days and clean some things up. But the biggest thing we got to clean up is the turnovers on offense. You know, we're loose with the ball. You know, and it's got to be better.
Yeah. I think Dallas point is the game started out looked like they were almost not even trying to run, and you had a lot of pressure on the off early. How do you feel like that turned into a night where you gave up 44 points?
Yeah, again, I agree with you. I thought early on, we ended up holding them in the first drive, but I thought we got great hits on them. And the one thing Jared does a really good job of, you watch him, he'll throw the ball away at the feet of the guys and not get sacks, but we were rushing him really well.
The Cowboys did so well on that first drive. James Houston. I thought it was going to be the James Houston night. Didn't turn out.
I thought they made some good adjustments. They started chipping us a lot, kind of, trying to slow down our games. And, they got the ball in the perimeter quite a bit on us, Tim, which kind of hurt us. Little dump passes out there to Jameer Gibbs and Jameson Williams and those guys. I thought Jared made some great throws all night. A few times we had tight coverage, and he put the ball in the one spot we couldn't make the play.
There was some confusion in the way the ref announced your final challenge. So
Yeah.
did you think you had the right challenge?
We did, yeah. We thought he was out of bounds, and we knew that we were going to use a timeout anyway, so it was worth just throwing the challenge flag. But, yeah, I guess I'm 0 for 1. It's another loss tonight.
Dave O, Associated Press. Obviously, you don't want to try to find field goals in the game like that. Can you talk about the performance from your kicker, not just tonight, especially today?
Yeah, he's incredible. I'm sure he set another record tonight. He's just an incredible kicker. We certainly don't want to do that. We pride ourselves on being able to score points and touchdowns, and we certainly have the guys to do that. But Brandon he's just incredible. I mean, you jog him out there, and it's just he's going to put it right down the middle. And again, I go back to the protection's really good, but again, I love what we have with both Banger as the holder, Trent Sieg as the long snapper. I think that's critical. But it is a luxury that I've never had before. And, I mean, you don't hesitate, 60, 55. You don't even hesitate. And
Damien, welcome to the congregation. Damien, you know this ain't true. Now, if you saw the thumbnail of this, it's clear. I said there were 3 things that beat the Cowboys. The Detroit Lions, they get the most credit. They had a great game plan for the Cowboys all the way around, offensively, defensively, special teams. Number 2, the refs made some bad calls. Those pass interference calls were backbreakers. Those were backbreakers. Even the analyst, the replay analyst that is up there in the booth, those were bad plays. They were blatant bad plays. The refs should not have been allowed to make those 2 bad plays. They really hurt the Cowboys bad. But also, the Cowboys beat themselves too. Cowboys got beat in those 3 phases. Not the 3 phases of offense, defense, and special teams, which they got beat in those too. But they also got beat in the 3 phases of the Detroit Lions had a better game plan. They didn't make the refs made some bad calls that hurt the Cowboys. And then, of course, the Cowboys did some things to beat themselves. So, hey, let's not be one-sided, Damien. Talk about it's just about the calls. Man, ain't nobody talking about his calls. The only thing that made the Cowboys lose. Stop it. Stop it.
unfortunately, we used his leg too much tonight. No, it's a fair question, Calvin. I think that's what we'll look at, these next couple of days, because I feel like that was the case, obviously, against Philadelphia, spot them 21, and then Kansas City down 7-0. And, we weren't very good on offense in the first quarter, first half.
Now, I said this as we were going into this week. The Cowboys cannot keep starting slow. I mentioned this. The Cowboys, in their last 3 home games, always starting out behind. 21-0 against the Raiders. Not the Raiders. 21-0 against the Philadelphia Eagles. They were down against the Kansas City Chiefs, something like 14-7. They were down against the Arizona Cardinals. They didn't score an offensive touchdown until the 4th quarter. Always playing from behind. Now, watch this. Brian is talking about the offense in a sense, but that's him. He's the one that's got to figure out how to get this team off to a better start. He's the one that's got to figure it out. How about coming out aggressive? Brian, let me tell you, Brian, if you watch tape on this team, Brian Schottenheimer starts every game the same. Running the ball. He starts every game the same. Brian is not going to come out in the opening play of a game. Brian is not going to come out and say, all right, guys, let's catch these guys off guard. We're going to run, whatever the case. Hey, we're going to have CeeDee Lamb, George Pickens on the same side. We're going to run CeeDee Lamb, line him up on the right, run him in motion to the left, line him up on the same side as George Pickens. We're gonna run CD straight down the field, or we'll put Pickens on the right, let him come into the slot on the left. We're gonna run him straight down the field, clear out the safety. We're gonna let CeeDee Lamb do a crossing route, to a post route in the middle, and that thing's gonna be wide open. We're gonna get a big play on the opening play of the game. We don't do none of that stuff. We come out the same way in our opening drive. Hand off to Javonte Williams. Very predictable. Brian's got to, this is something that he's got to deal with himself. Like, bruh, these slow starts it's your play calling. It's not, and it's not just a lack of execution of the plays. It's not a lack of execution of the plays. It's teams looking at your plays and saying, this is pretty easy. We're going to stop you. Yeah, we're looking at the pass protection that you have. We're going to send this guy or that guy. Looking at his offense, teams are able to stop them. Brian has to make adjustments. Brian isn't, and I don't know if he scripts his plays, but these OCs that script their first 15, 20 plays, those are dynamic plays a lot of times they're coming out with. They literally come out. Ben Johnson does this with Caleb Williams. They script those plays. That's why they look so crispy. What was happening to Caleb Williams is once they got outside of the scripted plays, Caleb Williams didn't look good. That's what was happening to him. But maybe they need to just get a lot more dynamic. When you go look at a team, look at the teams that beat them. Look at the plays that worked against them. And then take some of the things that they did inside of the plays that beat them and put some of those things into what you're doing. You don't have to go in like on Madden football and you can pick whoever playbook you want. No, you don't want to change that person's playbook. But when you think about football, in the grand scheme of things, they're all doing the same things from a basic perspective. Maybe the language changes. But you want to go in there and you look and see what other teams did against that other team that got them on their heels. Now, I will admit about the Detroit Lions, we've seen this in action. In the grand scheme of things, what is beating the Detroit Lions is going forward on fourth down. Did y'all notice tonight? They didn't do any of that. They didn't do any of that. One, they didn't get in a lot of fourth and shorts, but for the most part, man, Dan was playing it pretty conservative. Dan had a plan and he stuck to it. This is Brian Schottenheimer. He says, yeah, the offense starts slow. No, bro, you're starting slow. You're starting slow. You're not calling an intent game plan that says, nah, bro, on our first two drives in the game, I'm coming out swinging. Because if I'm the Cowboys, I know this is an Achilles for me. And I'm telling my team, guys, no matter what we do, we have to get up. We have to score a touchdown on our first two drives. I would make that my business. I would come out on teams ready to go. The Queen says Shotty will eventually become a good coach. Yeah, that's why I say he needs another year. Eventually become a good coach when he figures out how to study film. There it is. Queen, you are making a very powerful point. Let me read this last part and make sure people get what you're saying. When he figures out how to study film and put plays to stop other teams. So let's elaborate on that part. Brian is reminding me of Mike McCarthy. Mike McCarthy had his game. He had his certain way of calling plays. And Mike didn't seem like he focused on what plays will beat this team. What plays will beat this team? What's going on out there to where I can add it to what I'm doing and still keep what I'm doing, but add a little variety to it so it doesn't become so predictable? Brian is doing that now that he's calling plays. But when Mike was calling plays, watch this, Queen. When Mike was calling plays, it was Brian Schottenheimer who looked at those plays and told Mike McCarthy, hey, this is what's working around the league. So add this into the game plan. That's how Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb took off after that San Diego Charger game in 2023 and tore the league up. That's why I say it's one thing when you're calling plays. It's another thing when you're installing plays and watching somebody calling plays because you're a little further back and you got a better view. Brian's going to have to step back a little bit more. Still call plays, but step back a little bit more. And call plays. And this is exactly what I've been explaining, Queen. Like I said, call plays to stop other teams. You should go into every week. What are the weaknesses of this team that we can exploit? What players can we exploit on defense? Who are the players that they have? How can we get our players mismatched up against those players? How do we do it? Whether we're going to line up on them or whether we're going to run them in motion to move them around. And let's create, because people are killing the Cowboys saying, yeah, the defense looked terrible. You want to know why the defense looked terrible? Because of Dan Campbell's play calling. Dan Campbell created mismatches out there on that field. He made sure that he could get Gibbs on Bland. He made sure that in that zone that he could get certain that he could get certain matchups that he wanted. Dan Campbell was masterful tonight on that play calling, man. He was masterful. I'm going to go back and look at this game. I'm going to go back and look at this game here over the next few days and just look at some of the stuff that Dan did. And Brian, as Queen is saying, and as I'm saying, and some of us I know are saying too, Chanel and all of us, that's why I said Brian's play calling is too reliant on the skill of the players rather than him saying, I have elite players. Now let me create a scheme that puts them in winnable situations. And let me create a scheme that says, I got something for third and shorts. I got something for third and longs. I got something for second and longs, second and shorts. I mean, I got things that I do in certain situations that if I get in a situation in the game where I'm in a 2nd and 1 or a 2nd and 2, okay, wait, in this situation, I want to go for a shot. So how do I get this shot to George Pickens? Who's out there on the field for the Detroit Lions? Can I get the matchup that I want? How do I create the matchup that I want? Brian don't seem to do that kind of stuff. So when he's talking about these slow starts, that's him. That's him. He's got to figure this out with his play calling. I don't think this is a lack of execution. I think it's a combination of predictability and you not anticipating the fact that people are beating your line and getting and having your quarterback on the run. Brian's got to really look at this with himself.
They had a few things that challenged us that, again, I thought we made some adjustments to, but certainly the pass rush was a factor.
Mm-hmm. And like Chanel said, same thing I'm saying. But what did you do about it? Why didn't you say, hey, where's Aiden Hutchinson at? Hey, guys, we're going to line up a tight end. Wherever we see Hutchinson, we're going to put a tight end on that side. Okay, Nate Thomas is getting his butt whooped. We got to put a tight end on that side. Or we're going to line up Hunter Lipke on the right side of the in the run. Okay, we're going to put him on the right side. The Cowboys, man, it's like when you stop them from running. Brian Schottenheimer just goes to Old Faithful, line Dak Prescott up in the shotgun, and see what they give us. Got to be more intentional. Got to be more creative.
Yeah, I don't think so. That's not the reason that we put the ball on the ground. That's not the reason we didn't get stops in the red zone. I just think we didn't execute very well. And that starts with me, the staff. You know, we got to take a hard look at ourselves. I thought they had a really good plan on both sides of the ball attacking us. And
there it is.
You know, we have tonight we'll look at it on the plane, and we'll talk about it some more tomorrow before we get into some of the self-scout stuff.
There it is. Bro, figure out what they did to you. That's the key. What did they do to you? Because we too quick to throw lack of execution. There's a reason why you didn't execute. They stopped you from executing. Have we ever thought about that? They stopped you from executing. So look at that and say, how did they stop us from executing? Because we're better than them. How did they stop us from executing? Yeah, Texas Tech, CeeDee Lamb body language was scary. Yeah, he did that to Tua Tagovailoa. Queen said, I told my husband the same thing, G. Stop coming out running the ball. Change up sometime. Element of surprise. Queen. We know how Brian Schottenheimer is going to start every single game. Do we not know? Queen, you know, I know, everybody in this chat know, the opposing teams know how Brian Schottenheimer is going to start every game. Oh, okay, you know what? I'm going to come out this game. You know what we're going to do? Hey, we're going to run a jet sweep to Kevontae Turpin. That's how we're going to start this game. We're going to try to start using Kevontae Turpin speed. How about we start with a jet sweep? Hey, we want to try to get something on the outside. How about we throw a wide receiver screen opening up this game? We're going to get a wide receiver screen to George Pickens. We'll get a wide receiver screen to CeeDee Lamb. Let's put these guys in position to win. Nobody's going to expect us to do these types of things on first down. But what do? Let's establish the run, Javonte Williams between the tackles. Man, I'm telling us, if that's how we're going to play, we're going to have a long rest of the season. We got to start looking at what other teams. Not only should we be looking at other teams, what weaknesses do they have? Look at what other teams did to be successful against them. Okay, Dak Prescott's better than Jordan Love. What did Green Bay do last week to score 31 points on the Detroit Lions? What did they do? That's what we should be doing. What were they able to do? Let's look at another team. Who was the other team that was able to beat the Detroit Lions, especially at home? What did they do? How were they able to get to Jared Goff? How did they handle Amon-Ra St. Brown and Williams? How did they handle Gibbs and Montgomery? What did they do to handle up on 8? We don't seem to do this. It's like we're saying, no, we just kind of focus on our own game plan, kind of what we do and what we want to do. And then if they stop us from doing what we want to do, then we're forced to make adjustments. Man, that's a hard way to play right there. That's a hard way to play.
How you approach the road? I know you had wins at the Raiders and at the Jets, but with the Denver game, the Chicago game, with tonight, I don't know if there's any commonality with you guys not having it on the road, having your best performance.
Yeah, you know, I understand why you asked the question, and we certainly need to win games. I told the guys that. Like, you have to learn how to win on the road against good teams to go where we want to go. And we haven't played very well on the road at times. And so I think it's more of us focusing on the little things. It's not the travel. It's not that stuff. I mean, we'll take a look at everything, though. You know, we'll take a look at walkthroughs when we're doing walkthroughs, when we're doing meetings, all those things. And but at the end of the day, the execution today, you know, Clarence was just sloppy.
I don't think it's those things. Brian Schottenheimer, if there's one thing I've learned about Brian Schottenheimer, I don't think it's the practices. I don't think it's the walkthroughs. I don't think it's, I don't even think it's a lack of execution. What I think it's a lack of is creativity, aggressiveness, and game planning. Those are the issues. You come out against every team the same. The only way that works, one, you have to be better than those teams. Two, it works because what you just so happen to like to do, it works against those teams. Let's think about these two teams. The Raiders, there was no way they were beating the Cowboys. They're just terrible. Philadelphia Eagles. Jalen Hurts is terrible against zone. What does Matt Eberflus like to play? Zone. So in that game, you really didn't have to necessarily say, hey, this is what we're going to do this, and this. No, it was just like, hey, we're going to play zone against Jalen Hurts. We'll put Demarion Overshown as a spy, and we're going to force Jalen Hurts to beat us. The interior defensive line will be able to stop Saquon Barkley, so we're not going to have any issues. That was an easy game plan. The Kansas City Chiefs, guess what? Easy game plan. Stop the run. It's not like the Kansas City Chiefs have these real scary wide receivers. Play zone. Stop the run. And we can pretty much put this game again in the hands of Patrick Mahomes. He'll make some big plays, but we can live with those because we can come out on the end and still beat them. But when you come up against a Dan Campbell, you can't approach Dan Campbell like this because Dan Campbell is a downright aggressive coach. Dan Campbell is very aggressive. He's attack. That's one thing about Dan Campbell we know. He is an attack-style coach. He's not conservative. There is nothing conservative about Dan Campbell. This dude is going to attack you offensively, defensively, special teams, mentality, just swarm into the ball. They are the best tackling team in the league. You have to go into this game knowing all that stuff. And you got to say, man, we got to make sure we put a game plan together. How do we create some mismatches? How do we fix it to where we can use Cavante Turpin speed? I'm telling you, when you look at the Cowboys offense, the one weakness of a few that it has, I'm telling you, you cannot have a championship offense and not have any speed. There's no way. This isn't an advocation for even Jaden Blue. I'm just telling you, you can't have a championship offense without speed. Somebody on that offense needs to be fast if you want a championship offense. You know how I know? Go look at when the Kansas City Chiefs were the most dominant. Tyreek Hill, anybody? Man, you got to have some speed on that offense. You have to. We don't have it. Then we got a lack of creativity. Brian has got to question himself on some of this stuff.
That's why we sit here tonight with a loss.
Brian, the opening of the third quarter, you're probably coming out of it thinking, okay, you kind of got back into it late. How did that kind of, is that any kind of turning point in your mind where that started? I know you
The interception? Yeah, the interception. Yeah, a guy jumped it. You know, I mean, again, you guys been putting everything out there about slants all week. And so he jumped one, and we actually hit it. We hit a couple. I did say that. Well, we did. We hit a couple too. But man, I wish I would have had Sluggo on there. But I was trying to get, you know.
See, right here. Y'all might not remember, but I said this last week on a live. Remember how I said I was upset that Brian Schottenheimer was telegraphing to teams what he was going to do? It's one thing to telegraph to a team what you're going to do, and it's another thing not to disguise it when you go do it. Now, if you got this personnel like the Dallas Cowboys in 1992 and 93, I think we're on our way to that personnel, but we don't have it yet. The 1992 Cowboys could tell you, hey, you know we're gonna throw a slant to Michael Irvin right here, right? There was nothing you could do about it. Hey, we're going to run him and Smith to the right, or we're going to run him to the left. We're going to run him between tackle. There's nothing you could do about it. They had the best offensive line probably in history. The Dallas Cowboys, man, they didn't need really necessarily super fancy plays. The personnel was incredible. But if you don't have super stud personnel all the way around like that, man, you got to come up. And even when you do got that personnel, you still got to be creative. You still have to be creative in spots. There's got to be places where you have to be creative. To listen to all my brothers, y'all my favorites, ALD all day long. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Teddy Drake. Asahi Yanami. Some boring plays in the first quarter all season long. We know how they're going to come out, man. Yeah, Chanel says Seahawks have dogs in the secondary, no doubt. And they're playing well. Wilson Santiago, I bet CeeDee Lamb plays. That 10 days is what's going to help him to play. If it was 7 days, I don't think he would play. 10 days, yeah, CD will play. But I'll tell you this, Wilson Santiago, they should be able to beat the Vikings without CeeDee Lamb. They should be able to do it.
Off to a positive start. You know, we lost first down, you know, tonight. I really felt that. We've put ourselves in long yardage situations. We lost first down, and I think on both sides of the ball. So when you're calling the game, if you're Dan and you're 2nd and 3, 4, whatever, you feel great. And when you're on the other side of it, you're 2nd and 9, 2nd and 10. It's a little bit more difficult, and the play sheet seems to shrink.
There's been a lot of emotions in the last month for this team. How do you make sure that this loss doesn't deflate what has gone on?
Special group of guys. They're not going to let that happen.
Now, this guy's asking a great question. He just asked, how do you stop this from carrying over to other teams? Now, Cowboy fans, are you ready for me to put this into perspective again? I've already said this. The Vikings. It's one thing, for example. So the Vikings look at this game against the Detroit Lions and they say, okay, we see what the Detroit Lions did to beat the Cowboys. We're going to do the same thing. Guess why they can't do the same thing? They don't have the personnel. Even with the same game plan, they don't have the personnel. So this isn't going to carry over against the Vikings. Nope, the Cowboys are going to get a 10 days. They're going to get some much-needed rest. They played 4 games in ever how many days. The Cowboys are going to get some rest. They're going to be at home. They're going to beat the absolute brakes off the Vikings, and everybody's going to be, everybody's going to be back in their feelings saying the Cowboys are going to the playoffs. I still say the Cowboys are far, not just, they're far from being out of the playoffs. There are too many things that can happen during this season. The Detroit Lions was a good test for the Cowboys. Okay, get back on the horse. Let's go riding. Let's win. The Cowboys are going to beat the Vikings. No doubt in my mind. The Chargers will be a tough game. Thankfully, it'll be at home. Cowboys are going to beat the Chargers. What's going to make people lose their mind is if the Chargers beat the Eagles this week. Because let me tell y'all something. We'll look at this in a moment. Don't think for a second that the Eagles just are going to run away with the NFC East because the Cowboys have lost. The Eagles got their own problems. Jalen Carter had surgery on his shoulder. That's going to be a week-to-week thing. They seem to be imploding. I think the Chargers are going to give them everything they can handle and might very well beat them. They have a dangerous game against the Washington Commanders. We saw them and how they played the Denver Broncos. I mean, we got to play them on Christmas. And then they have the Buffalo Bills. They have 3 games possible they can still lose. I wouldn't be surprised if they lost all 3. The Eagles, man, they are in a steady decline. The Vikings don't have the same team the Detroit Lions have. They're not going to be able to do the same things. The Chargers, they don't have the same team that the Detroit Lions have. But they're going to be a good game. Thankfully, we're at home. The Commanders, Christmas on the road, going to be a heck of a game. Going to be a heck of a game. The Cowboys got to be riding 2 wins in a row when they go to Washington. Cowboys beat Washington. They'll have a 10-day break. We'll see what happens with the New York Giants. We'll see what the Cowboys need to do to get into the playoffs. But I'm telling you, the Cowboys are far from being out of the playoffs, guys. Don't even start sweating it. They're far from being out of the playoffs. There's a lot of football left, and so many things can happen. But some of this, again, it begins with Brian, and the Vikings just don't have the personnel to beat the Cowboys. Not only do they not have the personnel, they don't have the mentality.
Yeah, this is a special group of guys. They're disappointed. They're disappointed because we let an opportunity to win a game on the road against a good team get away from us. But we'll pick ourselves up. We'll go back to work, and we're guaranteed another championship opportunity next week against Minnesota.
And I know he came back, didn't miss a snap or anything, but Dak banged pretty good on one of the sack returns, landed on. How's he doing?
He's sore. Yeah, he should be sore after getting hit that much. And that's we talked a little bit about it. I think we've been one of the best teams in the league at protecting him, and so kudos to them. They did a great job, and we got to look at how we protected up front and what the issues were. There certainly were issues because you can't have your quarterback taking those kinds of hits and be successful.
I imagine you prepared for the same round of play, but how much of a surprise was that for you that he was able to go and then play as much as he did?
Not at all. I mean, again, until they tell you he's out, you assume these guys are going to play. And again, supposedly don't know the young man. Great player, but supposedly he's a warrior. And so it's an important game for both teams, and they got the best of us.
And then was it close at all with J.W. and Clowney possibly playing, or not really?
Yeah, it was close. But at the end of the day, we made the right decision not playing him. And, we just, were concerned that if he went out there and tried to play that it might get worse, and then it could be a much longer injury. All right, thanks, guys.
It's my calling, and
It's kind of strange to me.
I'm leaving a message.
And y'all ask me, y'all tell me if y'all.
I love you more than you ever
Hold
know.
on a second.
Hi, honey.
Hey, Grandma.
Y'all tell me if y'all picking up this same vibe. But it just don't seem to me. It's like it don't seem to me that Brian is as disappointed in this loss. It almost seems like he's relieved. Because I think these 4 games were a lot for him. I really do. I think these 4 games were a lot for him. 4 games in this amount of time, I really think it was a lot for him. They're not going to make the excuse, I believe, even though Brian did kind of bring it up in the beginning. I think it was a lot for him. And I think the Cowboys are glad to get out of it 3-1. Because you got to think about it. If the Cowboys had to beat the Arizona Cardinals, a game they very well should have won, this game would be less significant per se. But nevertheless, I think the Cowboys can still get in there, and I think they can still get in there too if they just win out. If they just win out for the rest of the season, which I think they will. Big Rabowski said McCarthy didn't have to study. He watched all the Cowboys games before he got the job. Yes, sir. And then later on, too, only admit he didn't watch the games. Oh, man. What's up, Chelsea? He said Jerry Jones is calling the draw up to play. Asahi Yanami. Special teams were not special. They were not special today. You're right. Might be Will. His body reaction was really sad after that helmet contact with the turf. Okay. Chanel said, this is on coaching, bro. Please don't bring Dak's name within any type of excuse. The evaluation of quarterback is severely wrong. Yeah, he was great. Yeah, Dak was great. Dak Prescott was absolutely great. Now, James, you know what? And this is a great point you're making. You said, let me tell you, the Lions' defensive sucks. But you know what? If you go back to that game against the Green Bay Packers, let me see if I can pull this up. Let me see if I can pull this up real quick. So, James, let me put this. Let me balance out what you said. You said the Detroit Lions defense sucks. So let me show you an interesting stat. Not to mention, what is his name? Matt LaFleur. James, I'm going to say this, and I hope, I definitely want to see what everyone's reaction is. James, you do know Matt LaFleur is a better play caller than Brian Schottenheimer. I believe he's a better play caller. Matt LaFleur is a very good play caller. But I want you to see something else here, too, to kind of balance this out. The Green Bay Packers beat the Green Bay Packers beat the Detroit Lions 31-24. But understand this. Check this out. You do know Dan Campbell went for it on 4th down 2 times against the Packers, and he failed on both attempts. That's also how they were able to beat the Detroit Lions. I watched the Detroit Lions also play out. I can't remember the other team they played, and I watched him go for it multiple times. What was it, 5 times in a game? Dan Campbell sold his team against another team on 5 of these. So this was one of the things that helped them to also do some of the things they did. But also, again, understand this. Matt LaFleur is a better play caller right now. He's a better play caller than Brian Schottenheimer. I mean, I'm not hating on Brian Schottenheimer, but yeah, he's a better play caller, man. Yeah, he's a better play caller. Matt LaFleur is a pretty good play caller. Yeah, let me see here. Jordan Love threw for 4 touchdowns. And I will give them credit. They go a little aggressive sometimes. Matt LaFleur takes shots. I'll give it to him. He takes shots. He really does. He does not mind going down the field. Yeah, he'll take shots. You look at that game, and this is one of the places that I don't think the Cowboys pushed them enough, but the Cowboys should have had a couple of these plays. Again, you remember the play I told you about? They missed the play to Ryan Flanoy. They missed the play to CeeDee Lamb. They called back the pass interference to George Pickens that would have put the ball on the 1. So the Cowboys had some very significant plays get called back. But again, Matt LaFleur is a real good play caller. And what I want to call your attention to is some of these plays. They had some big plays on Detroit. They pushed them. We didn't push them the way that Green Bay did. Not to mention, they talked about it tonight or last night. I want to see if what comes of this as we get more and more into the stats over the next couple of days. But they ran a lot more zone against the Cowboys than they ran against the Green Bay Packers. And so when you're running man, you are going to get some of these bigger plays. They had a long play to Dontavion Wicks for 30. They had a big play to Christian Watson for 51. They had a play to Luke Musgrave for 23. So they were able to really get some big plays on the Detroit Lions. And you can see here, this is where the Cowboys need to improve. We should be having more touchdowns to our wide receivers. And we're not having these deep, big plays to our wide receivers. Dontavion Wicks had 2 touchdowns. Christian Watson had 1 touchdown. And when you look at us, one of the things that we still haven't figured out how to do on a consistent basis, and I even talked about this last week, we need to get to a point. We got the 2 best wide receivers in the league. Why can't we figure out a way to make them both eat in the same game? Why have we not figured this out? It's either Pickens is eating, Lamb is eating, but it's never Pickens and Lamb eating. Why can't we get both of them to eat in the same game? And I think last week, when you look at the game last week, Cowboys, and this was one of the reasons why the game, let me see. When you look at the Cowboys against the Chiefs, this was one of the closest games that I saw to the Cowboys having both of these players eating at the same time. I still say last week is the best game I've seen the Cowboys play. CeeDee Lamb was 7 for 112, 16 yards average. He had 1 touchdown. 51 was the longest touchdown, and that touchdown to CeeDee Lamb, we actually got him in the end zone. He had 51 was his longest. We had George Pickens. He was 6 for 88, 14.7. 39 was his longest. He almost got that touchdown, but he didn't. But nevertheless, this has to be one of the most balanced game I saw the Cowboys do all season long. We can't figure out how to have 2 of the best wide receivers in the league. We can't figure out how to let them eat both at the same time. That's coaching. Yep, that's coaching. Gotta figure out how to do that. These wide receivers are too good. They're too good for both of them not to be eating at the same time. Too good. James said, I bet you a slant and goal would have worked. They were selling on that slant route. They were. But that goes to show you, James, the lack of creativity. If you're going to sell teams on that slant, then you got to figure out ways to make that slant play work for you. As you said, you fake that quick slant and go. Slant and go. Also, okay, wait a minute. You know what? We really want this slant play to work, but they're going to try to double George Pickens on that side. So I know how we can still get the slant play. I know how we can get it and turn it into a big play and also stop them from being able to play underneath and play over the top of it. So what we'll do, we'll line Pickens up on the outside. We'll line Lamb up on the inside. We'll let Lamb run the go, and we'll let Pickens slant under that. We're still running the same play, but we're also taking players with Lamb so that we don't let them be able to key on that slant play that we know is so powerful for us. And so we'll even do better than that. We do double duty with this play. We'll see how they defend it the first time. We'll get Pickens with the slant. The second time, we'll fake that slant and we'll get Lamb on the go. And then we can use that play over and over to where it becomes that effective. But we just lock ourselves in. Man, Shotty just he's going to need another year. He's got to finish out this year, go back and see everything he did, look and see what other people did in the league, and then he's got to really make some adjustments. Shotty will get better. Yeah, Vargas, he says Shotty's just learning how to head coach for the first time. They should be watching film on other teams and how to beat the Lions. This is something that I hope they get better at going forward. Because, again, I do think they are focusing more on what they're doing, which is fine, but you got to look at what other teams did to beat that team. And then look at your own team and say, okay, can we emulate some of these things? Do we have the personnel to emulate some of the things that this team did to stop them? And if we don't have that personnel, then what can we do to kind of simulate it? Man, when you're playing other teams, man, it's a grind. It's a grind. Teddy Drake said, you got to believe you're better than those other teams. Teddy, you know what the crazy part is? Cowboys don't even have to convince themselves from that perspective. They're better than a lot of these teams. Detroit is really a doppelganger of us, if you ask me. Our personnel is similar. You know the difference? The way we're using them. That's the difference to me. Our personnel is similar. We're just not using them the same. We have better wide receivers. We're not using them the same. Our run game, while it may not be as good, we do have a player on this team that if we would just stop wanting to run the ball one particular way, if we were willing to say, we got a guy that runs a 4.28, can we figure out ways to test him out and see if he can really do something in these games? Can we use him in the pass? I said this before. Jaden Blue, put him in the passing game. Let him do what he did at Texas. Stop trying to turn everybody into Javonte Williams. I still don't understand tonight why we ran Malik Davis like he's Javonte. Man, leave Javonte Williams in if you're going to try to run Malik Davis on the same type of plays. If I bring in Malik Davis, I'm saying he's a little bit quicker than Javonte Williams. Let's use him on some different type of plays. We don't do that. Brian's got to look at himself on this, man. He really does. He's got to figure this out. And I'd like for him to figure it out before this season starts. Before this season is over. Vargas said Marquise Bell. Man, let me tell you something. The Detroit Lions did a great job. They figured out a way to match him up on him. Wilson said Revel was taking advantage of this game. I liked it, though. I liked it, Wilson Santiago. I'm not mad at Savon Revel Jr. I like the way he played tonight. Hey, welcome to the NFL, Savon Revel Jr. You had a great 3-game run. Now, welcome to the NFL. When you get some attention, teams give you attention. Welcome to the NFL. All this is telling us is the teams are saying, hey, Revel is good, but he's wet behind the ears. Not only is Revel good, but he's wet behind the ears, and he's not used to playing zone as much as we may have thought he was. Hey, we can get him. Welcome to the NFL. I wasn't mad at Savon Revel Jr. Wasn't mad at him. I thought I like everything he's doing. He'll be better for it. He definitely will be better for it. I like his aggressiveness. I like the fact that he can tackle. He can tackle. He'll come up to tackle. I like the way he plays. He'll get used to this pro game. I want them to stay with Savon Revel Jr. I want them to stay with Savon Revel Jr. Don't move him. I like everything they're doing with him. Yeah, James. Yeah, you said they're not catching the Hawks, Rams. And let's look at this before we go to our next film, before we go to our next interview. I've updated the road to the playoffs for the Cowboys. I have updated it to its current situation. And I'm still saying, Cowboy fans, it ain't over till it's over. Do not count the Cowboys out of this. I'm telling you, don't count the Cowboys out of this, and the Cowboys can't count themselves out of this. The Cowboys have got to keep playing. Let's look at the road to the playoffs real quick. So, the Cowboys right now, if I'm not mistaken, they are in the 10th place. I still say the road for the Cowboys. It still is to win the NFC East. That is still the route the Cowboys need to go. Just because they lost the game, doesn't mean they're out of it. Now, the Lions. The problem the Cowboys, the issue the Cowboys are going to have with the Lions now have, let's see, I must got a game missing here. Let's see, the Lions are now 8-4. Hold on a second, I'm missing the game. The Lions right now, wait a minute, are the Lions 8-5? Let me see. Yeah, I think the Lions are 8-5. I'm pretty sure they're 8-5, right? All right, let me make sure. Yeah, I think the Lions record. Lions record right now. What is it? 8-5? Let me see. Okay, yeah. Lions are 8-5, right? So y'all got to remember, the Cowboys got something very unique working in their favor. I think the Lions, of course, they're on the outside looking in, of course. But the Lions still have a possibility of losing 2 more games. Don't think the Lions are going to run through this schedule either and just beat the last 4 teams. I wouldn't be surprised if the Rams and the Bears beat them because they're going on the road. I still say the Lions are going to finish 10-7. I say they're going to finish 10-7. The Bears, we're not worried about the Bears. The Bears are just way out there right now. They're the number 1 team. So we're not really worried about the Bears because the Bears, I believe, are going to win their division. The Panthers, not worried about the Panthers. The Panthers are 7-6. They have 4 games left. I do believe they will at least lose 2 of their last 4 games. I don't think they finish with double-digit wins. But again, we're not worried about the Panthers. The team that we're really worried about is the 49ers, if we're going the wild card route. But the problem with the 49ers, they have 4 games left. I think there's a chance they could lose 3 of the last 4. I just don't think they're going to lose 3 of the last 4. I think at the most they'll lose 2 games, so they're going to probably finish 10-6. They're going to probably finish 11-6. So that is going to be a problem for the Cowboys. The only thing the Cowboys could hope for with the 49ers is that they were to lose 3 of the last 4. I don't think that's going to happen. Not worried about the Packers. The Cowboys, y'all can clearly see I had the game with the Lions in red. I told y'all I was concerned about this game, even though I thought we could win it. So the Cowboys, the game against the Vikings at home, they're going to win it. The game against the Chargers is going to be hard, but I think they're going to win it. The Commanders is going to be a tough game. It really is. I think it's going to be a tough game on Christmas Day. Cowboys have got to go in that thing and they got to win it. And it's going to be outdoors. Oof. It's going to be tough. The Giants game is going to be outdoors too. They both, I believe, will be cold. Cowboys are going to have to win these 2 games, but I do think they win these 2, and we'll see. But I think they can win out. I do think the Lions is the last loss. Cowboys are 6-1. This is the key to the Cowboys playoffs. Will the Eagles implode? Now, the Cowboys messed themselves up tonight by losing. The Eagles have 5 games left, I believe. Chargers, Commanders, Bills, Commanders, and of course the Raiders. But I'm going to tell you something. I believe at the rate the Eagles are going, them losing 3 of the last 5 is actually a possibility. I still say it's a possibility. This is why the Cowboys have to focus in. They have to focus because the Eagles have been imploding. And I think they will continue to implode. I think they lose to the Chargers and the Bills. The issue is, will they lose when they play the Commanders twice? Will they split that? I think they beat the Raiders. There is a good chance they can lose these three of these last 5. Cowboys went out. They do that. The Cowboys are in and they're out. I think this is the road for the Cowboys. This is why I say the Cowboys have got to keep winning. They can't give up. They can't give up. They can't look at this and say it's over. No, keep playing. This same thing happened to the New York Giants. And they wound up, when everybody thought they were not going to get in, they got in. They got in. I'm telling you, the Cowboys, the key to this is the Eagles. The key to this is the Eagles. I still say the way for them to win is through the way for them to win is to win the division. That's actually the easiest way. Yep, Wicked said you call 2026 being the year. Now others are saying 2026 will be the year. Yes, sir, Wicked. I called it a long time ago, my brother. Long time ago. And what did I tell y'all? The Cowboys are going to flash. They flashed. They're going to flash again. Will not be surprised they finish with 10. Brian Schottenheimer finishing with 10 wins in his first season will be great. But I still say they're going to have a chance to get into this playoffs. They can't give up. Anderson, he says, the YouTube channel I'm new helps promote USA Europe. Sorry for bothering. Yes, sir. I see you. Oh, yeah, Catlin. Hey, the Packers could drop 3. Man, hey, let me tell you, let's go back and look at that, Catlin. Yeah, the Green Bay Packers, man, they have a tough, Catlin, they have a tough schedule, Caitlin. They have a tough schedule. Problem is, for the Packers, if they don't win out, I mean, and they have the most brutal schedule of everybody, Caitlin. This schedule is brutal. They got to play the Bears, at the Broncos, at the Bears, the Ravens, and at the Vikings. The Green Bay Packers have the most brutal schedule. Golly, this thing is tough. But the problem is, for everybody who's trying to go to the wild card, the problem for all of these teams, it's the 49ers. The 49ers are the problem. The 49ers are probably going to finish 11-6. They're going to probably lose 2 of the last 4. I think the Seahawks, the Colts, and the Bears, I think they'll lose 2 of those 3. They'll beat the Titans. So they'll be 2-2 in their last 4 games. That's going to put them at 11-6. If the Green Bay Packers, but the Green Bay Packers got a unique situation too. If the Green Bay Packers just win 11 games, they're just like the Cowboys. If they win 11 games, any team that ties with the Green Bay Packers, they're going to get that wild card. So that's going to be the tough part. That's going to be the tough part. The Packers would have to finish with 10 wins in order to give anybody a chance at finishing over them at the wild card. But the Cowboys, the key for the Cowboys, it's winning out 10-6-1 and hoping that the Eagles implode like they've already been imploding. We'll see what happens. I'm pretty sure Philly is pretty fired up after the Cowboys lost tonight. Because I'm telling you now, had the Cowboys won tonight, boy, the Eagles would have been on pins and needles. Yeah, Tex Tech, that's where I am. I still say the key is winning the division. And I still think the Cowboys can do it. I still think the Cowboys can do it. Let's see here. All right, let's go over here and see. I think Dak Prescott got quite a few interviews tonight. Probably won't do them all tonight. But hey, I guess we're calling this Cowboys After Dark. We rocking and rolling now, so let's go. Okay, before we listen to Dak Prescott, how about we listen to George Pickens? I definitely want to hear what he has to say about his game tonight. All right, let's let this ad play. Yeah, I'm definitely interested to hear what he said about his game tonight. I'm laughing because, boy, let me tell you, you want to talk about people who are quick. You want to talk about people who are always waiting when you have success. Haters are always waiting on your failures. This is what haters do. And don't get mad at haters. You can be mad about haters, but don't get mad at haters per se. Just don't let them, don't spend time focusing on haters. Haters are a part of success. Haters are a part of success. And you always know a hater. They never want to talk about what you're doing well. They always focus on you making a mistake because that's their way of always trying to point out to people that you're not this, that, or the other. And I've noticed that people were radio silent. The Cowboy haters were radio silent. And then when the Cowboys lose, here they come talking about the Cowboys. And it's the same thing with George Pickens. This game tonight changes nothing about what George Pickens has done this entire season. The only thing it told us tonight is Brian Schottenheimer needs to get a better plan. You bragged a little too much about that slant play. Dan Campbell said, "I'll be your Huckleberry." Dan Campbell and his defensive coordinator challenged their defense and said, "We're not going to let them get this slant play." And when we get our opportunity, and you know, tonight, me and Rubowski sent me something. Rubowski said, Dak Prescott looked that ball. You know, he stared George Pickens down when he threw that slant play. But man, the play was so quick. Dak just pretty much predetermined when he was going to go because the Cowboys have come to the conclusion that that slant play is automatic. You got a wake-up call. Detroit said, no, not on our watch. It may be next week against the Minnesota Vikings, but it's not going to be automatic against us. And they said, we're not going to let you get that play. So this doesn't mean that you know, people on X was talking about. And here comes the Pittsburgh Steelers, George Pickens. Boy, haters are hateful, man. Boy, haters are hateful, boy. They won't say none of this stuff. They haven't even been able to say none of this stuff for 12 games. Dude has a team, comes up with a solution to stop this dude. One game, and all of a sudden everybody wants to talk about he ain't good. Stop this hatred. George Pickens is still George Pickens. It is up to Brian Schottenheimer to stop teams from stopping George Pickens. Check him out.
I mean, what would you attribute everything in this game to?
Just an overall game. I feel like same thing.
So obviously, I know you guys wanted this one pretty bad tonight, but you know, offensive execution early. I mean, what would you attribute everything in this game to?
Just an overall game. I feel like certain things, and that's honestly what happened. Certain things just didn't go our way, to be honest. I feel like we still had the guys, we still make the plays. CD had a great game, Dak had a great game. I just feel like some plays didn't go our way.
Do you really feel like they were trying to focus on taking this slant away from you, and maybe they even kind of overcompensated in some areas that way?
Yeah, definitely overcompensated on it. Sitting on the slant, I still caught a slant, contested. They said it was PI on me. Caught a slant later in the game. So like I said, 2 of those slants just didn't go our way. Whether it's the call, whether it's the play, it's a lot of stuff that just didn't go our way.
George, how just frustrating is a game like this when, you know, they're covering you that tight and things are kind of going that way?
It's not too frustrating because I know that's what I always talk about in interviews, just a team game. And I kind of seen it happening there. Like I said, it's just a lot of stuff that didn't go our way. CD had a great game. I mean, when you double me, you still got C. When you double C, you still got me. So stuff was planning out as we picture. It's just certain stuff didn't go our way.
when CD went down, with how close you guys are, especially, once any teammates go down, but
Yeah.
he called him your bro. What was that like in that moment? How tough was that for you to see?
I was a little far, but when I seen him slow to get up, it was definitely devastating. Just because like you said, I want to see him on the field with me, but I didn't know the full length of the injury or anything yet, so it was kind of more of like a disappearance. And then, like I said, us as an offense, everything still pictured out right. Flo stepped in, and C's role, he still had a great game. I just feel like a lot of stuff as far as the full game didn't go our way.
George, you've been so successful this season. Do you put any extra pressure on yourself sometimes in games like this to maybe step up and to kind of have big games?
Definitely. Just in terms of want to make more plays. With C out, it's just certain circumstances that you got to understand. So with C out, I know that I'm going to have to make more plays, which is what I want to do. And like I said, they double me, and then Flo had 115. So, the game plan.
But this is on Brian. You gotta stop making your elite players one-dimensional. Don't do to George Pickens what you did when he first was here. They had relegated George Pickens to jump balls when he first got here, and so they didn't use him effectively. CeeDee Lamb goes out, they move him all over the place like CeeDee Lamb, and they bring out all of his potential. But now they got this doggone unstoppable slant play, which I've been talking about and I've been bragging about, and they've been bragging about, they've been talking about, and they've been telling other teams, we're running it. Yeah, tell the other team we're running it. Yeah, all this stuff. I love it. Bro, but don't let that be what he runs all the time. Bro. Now that you got teams watching that play, now you got to figure out ways to utilize it. Sometimes you got to fake it. Sometimes you got to, as somebody said, how about a slant and go? You get someone to bite up on that thing, fake it, bite it, and then you go up. You got to find ways to vary that play. Then it really becomes unstoppable. Sometimes I'll hit you with the slant. I'll hit you with the slant and go. I'll fake you with the slant. I'll turn and go to CD. I will do all kinds of things to utilize that play and continue to open up the offense. I'll put CeeDee Lamb on the same side. I'll put CeeDee Lamb inside, Pickens outside, run CeeDee Lamb straight up that seam. Let George Pickens slant in. That's similar to how the Cowboys used Alvin Harper and Michael Irvin. I would do those types of things. But man, we gotta stop running a play until somebody stops it. No, bro, don't run a play until somebody stops it. You run a play and then you start figuring out ways to where you can camouflage it. Use it as a decoy. So you get them to where they can't stop it. Give Detroit a lot of credit. They challenged their defense, and their defense rose to the occasion. They were not going to fall for the okie doke.
It still kind of went how it went. Like I said, just overall game, it just didn't go our way.
Obviously, y'all needed this one for the big picture. What was the message in the locker room here afterwards?
Just keep going. We kind of honed in on brotherhood. So just pick your brother up and just keep going. Hard stretch, like I said, back-to-back home games, and then one here on their turf.
Going into this with Shotty, talked about turnover ratio.
Mm-hmm.
You guys ended up on the wrong side of it. How much of an impact do you think it had?
Huge impact.
14 points.
Like I said, when you end up on the wrong side of the turnover ratio, it's kind of hard to win games, let alone you kind of hoping and wishing that they mess up just as much. You know what I mean? So, like I said, on their field, they kind of executed. They really just executed better than we did today.
Mm-hmm.
You probably haven't
had a
seen
better game plan.
Sherman said in post-game that players like you, quote, can't disappear in big games like this. Is that a fair standard to set for you, or what do you think about those comments?
Definitely for myself personally. Like you said, definitely for myself personally, you just can't disappear. But schematically, as a reporter, whatever his job holds, and he played ball, he got to kind of understand the type of defense that we're playing as well.
Do you think that maybe Flournoy's kind of performance or how CD was doing maybe attests to that kind of idea?
Definitely. Another thing, the stats kind of showed as well. Like I said, you double one guy. 2 guys went over 100, which is also not talked about enough, but 2 guys went over 100. Like I said, overall game, as far as the camaraderie of the game, it just didn't go our way.
How physical was this last one?
Super physical. Every game in the NFL is super physical. But the style of, like I said earlier, the style that they play with honed in from their head coach. That was also a former NFL player. They play a little more aggressive.
This holiday, your Texas Ford dealers are bringing bigger joy,
Yeah. I think that's one of the play. I think this is really there's a couple of things again that I didn't take into account myself talking about this game. And I did hear this said during the week, but I really didn't take it into account. The Detroit Lions is one of the best tackling teams in the league, if not the best tackling team in the league, and they showed it. Them boys can tackle. Them boys can tackle. They're not like us. You saw us missing some tackles, taking some bad angles. We still got some work to do on that. But this team, no, they tackle well. They tackle extremely well, even 1-on-1. True Texan says Shotty might be right about winning the game in the fourth quarter, but you can lose the game in the other 3 of the Cowboys have done this year. Hey, True Texan. You can win a game in the first quarter. I agree. You can win a game in the second quarter. You score 28 unanswered points on a team in the second quarter, it's going to be hard for them. If you score 28 in the second quarter, 3 in the first, 3 in the second, 3 in the third. 3 in the second. You score 28 in the second, 3 in the first, 3 in the third, 3 in the fourth. You basically have 37 points. I don't care who it is. It's going to be hard to topple 37 points. What Brian has to learn is to be careful instilling those types of mentalities in your team. Because you'll make your team think, oh, it's nothing for us to get down 21-0. What? Oh, it's nothing for us to get down 14-0. 7. Bro, you don't get to get down 17-0 in the 17-0 in the playoffs. You don't get to do that. You don't get to do that against playoff caliber teams. You don't even get 10 points on a playoff caliber team. They will bury you. You don't get to make mistake after mistake after mistake on playoff caliber teams. They bury you because the problem with those types of teams, they never take the foot off the pedal. Because not only are they out executing you, their game plan is better than yours, and they got some personnel in certain spots that's better than yours. Man, you don't get this opportunity on good teams like that. You don't. Got to be careful sometimes what you celebrate. Got to be careful what you celebrate. Now, you tell your team, I appreciate the fight. I appreciate the fact that you never gave up, but you also reprimand your team too. But we can't do that again. We can't get down on good teams. You got to tell your team, we cannot do this again. We got to start doing better. You just got to tell your teams that stuff.
Hurry in today.
Because I'm telling you, man, teams get, you got to be careful with the mentality you instill in a group of men and women. You start giving them that false hope, and they'll think every time they get down, it's okay. But then the problem is with that, I also think you get to a point to where they start really, they'll realize very quickly, though, that isn't reality. And I think the Cowboys really got a dose of that tonight. Chanel said, yeah, G, but we don't have 2 great backs. Don't have a back that Shotty's willing to play. There it is. That's it, Chanel. I'll be honest with you. If I were the Joneses this week, when we have our weekly meeting, because they have a weekly meeting, I'm sure. Chanel, you tell me if you see the same thing. Maybe I'm crazy. Lock and D, you tell me if you see the same thing. All y'all tell me if y'all see the same thing. This offense lacks speed. It lacks a utilization of speed. It lacks speed. It's a defense. It's offense. I'm sorry. This offense lacks speed. It's an offense that says we're going to overpower you with a power run game, and then we're going to beat you not by scheme necessarily, but because our receivers are better than your defenders, or because we have the best wide receiver duo in the league. So we are the type of team, we impose our will on you rather than it being about our scheme. They got to do better than that. We need some speed, man. We really do. We need some speed. And even tonight, I didn't think that Javonte Williams ran all that good. I thought he was running a little timid. Maybe I could be wrong. I just felt like he was running a little timid. I didn't see him running with the confidence
This holiday,
that
your
I've
Texas
seen
Ford
him
dealers
run
are-
with over some of these other games. I just said he don't look like he's running with the same. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it, but it didn't look like to me that he was running with that same intensity that we've seen him run with. I don't understand it. Yeah, I know Chanel. He refuses to play blue, but my problem, Chanel, as it applies to Jaden Blue, it seems to me Shotty has went out of his way to not only not play Jaden Blue, but it's like he's went out of his way to almost give Jaden Blue a bad reputation. Like, let me justify not playing him. Yeah, he's not consistent enough. Malik Davis is doing everything right. Okay, well, outside of that 40-something yard run, let's be real about Malik Davis. I mean, has he really looked that good? Because he can't look that good because you're not running him. That don't even make sense. He can't look as good as you say he's looking and doing. I'm telling y'all, when Jaden Blue ran against the Washington Commanders, had Jalen Tolbert not held, it was the difference between him having 30-something yards and the difference in him having 50-something yards on only 7 carries. Jaden Blue looked pretty good against the Denver Broncos until Brian Schottenheimer started trying to run in between the tackles. Why? Why do you want Jaden Blue to be another Javonte Williams rather than letting Jaden Blue be Jaden Blue, keeping him on the edges, letting him run on the outside, getting him on screens, getting him on quick pitches, doing things, let him get in the passing game? Why? Meanwhile, Dan Campbell is using, and I'm not saying that Jaden Blue in no remote way is the same type of player that Jameer Williams is, but what I am saying that you can use him similarly. I'm sorry, I'm not drafting 4.28 speed and not at least testing it out. And I'm going to give it a good test. It's on me. It's on me. I'm the play caller. It's on me to take talent that is on my team and utilize it and put it in the best situation. That's on me. I got a strange feeling Jaden Blue will be one of these players. The Cowboys, if the Joneses don't step in, and this is why I say we got to stop blaming Jerry Jones for some of these decisions, because some of these are coaching decisions. It's obvious. We mess around and let Jaden Blue hit that open market, or we mess around and trade him to the wrong team, watch what he'll do. You can't teach speed. We got to learn how to utilize all the weapons we have, and I just don't think we're doing that. I just don't.
I mean, obviously the rest of the teams will play this Sunday. Some things will factor into that. At this point, I don't know if I could say we control, you know what I mean, like our own destiny. I know
not anymore.
Not a stretch saying that before, but pretty sure, right, if we went out, like, we were going to have a pretty damn good record, only having, right, 5 losses, 1 tie.
Oh, yeah, you were going.
Adding being 6-6 right now, 6-6-1 with, 5 left now? Yeah, I'm pretty sure, especially with just the way some of the divisions are shaped, the North, the West, we're going to need some things to happen for us. So I don't think it's in our control at this point, but what we can do is control the way that we approach this game.
Got to win out, Dak.
By the pride, the love that you have for this game, the teammate, this organization.
You have to win out.
Hell, your opportunity to play this game. So that'll be my message to the players, and I think if we do that, we'll still give ourselves a chance.
Man, let me tell y'all something. I really feel sorry for Dak Prescott. It's hard to feel sorry for somebody making $260 million, but I do. Because even tonight, watching them play, to watch the intensity that Dak Prescott plays with, and to see the effort that he's making out there on the field, giving up his body for this team. I'm watching all of this I'm watching this. And then I watch players. They're selling, and I don't think they're doing it intentionally, but they're selling Dak Prescott, man. They're not playing to the level they should be playing to, and some of them maybe they're not able to play to the level. I blame the coaching staff when Nate Thomas is out there getting his lunch ate. Terrence Steele is out there getting his lunch ate. I blame the coaching staff when they don't say, let's put Spanford out there. But the Cowboys are saying, we want more receivers running out, so we're willing not to give him that help, and rather we'd leave Javonte Williams to do a chip. Man, the Detroit Lions had 2 and 3 people running in the backfield on Dak Prescott. They were literally running through the edges and sometimes even through the middle. I'm watching this team miss blocks. I'm watching George Pickens the second time this season tip a ball into the hands of the defender. We watched it against the Chicago Bears. We watched it again tonight. We watched this. We're watching things like this happen. We're watching Jake Ferguson on a stupid boneheaded play. It's a 3rd and 26. You catch it 5 yards into the 26 yards. You're struggling and fighting. You got 3 and 4 players, the defenders around you. And rather than you wrapping the ball up and just falling to the ground, you going to try to fight and just haphazardly holding the ball and get the ball knocked out of your hand. I mean, just watching this team just sell Dak Prescott out over and over and over. And meanwhile, Dak Prescott has to fight and fight and fight and claw to keep this team in games. Man, just to watch this stuff sometimes, man, I can't help but feel sorry for Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott is exactly where he needs to be. His team isn't where they need to be yet. They will be there next year. I'm not worried about Dak Prescott. He's going to play even better next year. But man, boy, it is so frustrating. It is so frustrating to watch some of this. So frustrating.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure George will tell you it wasn't his best game. And you know, when CD got out of the game, told him he needed to step up. He made some catches, right? Made the catch right there to put us down there at the one on the 4th down. He made some plays. Now, to Georgia's standard, that's tough. When you're playing the way that he's played, when you're the type of player that he is, I'll be the first to say it's hard to do that week in and week out. But I think George can. I know George believes he can, and I think he would just say that this game wasn't up to his standard. And I'm sure he'll own it, and I know he'll be better.
Let's give Detroit credit. They had a great game plan for him.
4 games in 18 days. You have to spend a lot of emotion in a lot of different ways. How do you make sure that this isn't a deflating night for you guys with 4 games to go?
I mean, I don't think that's something I've truly got to make sure of. I mean, Shadi does a hell of a job with the messaging, controlling the temperature of this team. We've got great veteran leaders. I think guys are pissed off right now. I don't think this is any deflated moment like, oh, hands are up, we're done. You know what I mean? Like, no, like, absolutely not. I think you're going to get a team that's pissed, especially as we talked about, right, a team that's kind of changed since the bye week. This is the first time this group, to an extent, suffered this. So I hope it pisses people off the right way. We use it as fuel, and I know starting with myself, we'll make sure we have a great week of prep for next week. I don't know who to play next. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Health-wise, how are you? You look like you took a sack there, and I think Terrence fell on your leg. How you feeling?
I'll be sore, but I'm fine. Nothing major at all. Just, yeah, you said took some hits and bumps and bruises, but I'll be completely fine.
How did the game change from your perspective when CD went out of the game?
I don't think the game changed when CD went out. The game really didn't change when CD went out. Ryan Flanoy stepped right up and in. The game basically went the same way it was going when CD Lamb was in there. It's not like the Cowboys were ahead when CD Lamb went out. It's not like the Cowboys were dominating when CD Lamb went out of the game. I mean, it's not that they were dominating when he was in the game. Yeah, CD Lamb was making some great catches, some big plays. But they were not winning when he went out the game. The game didn't change. The Cowboys, similar to what they did when he was in the game, didn't take advantage of some opportunities, shot themselves in the foot with some things they were doing. They did the same thing when CD Lamb went out. It was no different. I don't think it went any different with CD Lamb out or in.
I mean, I can't say it changed too much. We're still behind.
It
still
didn't.
need to make plays. I mean, we started doing that. We started rallying, Flo making plays, Turp making catches, Jake making some big plays. So guys were stepping up. GP, I mean, guys were stepping up when CD went down. I know he was hot in the time that he was in there, right? Over 100 yards and just the targets he had. And honestly, I missed him on the touchdown that we got the PI called on. So I think guys stepped up. I mean, at the end of the day, we didn't get the win, but we got some momentum going, I think, as good as we had, honestly, when he went out, if maybe not better than when he was in there before. And that's not a one way or another. It's just guys stepped up.
And then you guys losing the turnover battle 3-0. Why do you think that happened, and how much does that one bother you?
Yeah, you can't win a game losing not in the NFL and not against a team like that being -3 in the turnover battle. Simple as that, whether it be the interceptions, the fumbles.
Not on the road.
We've got to stop that. I know I've had an interception with the last 3 games or so.
No, not your fault, Dad.
Who cares whose fault it is, right?
There it is. It's one your fault.
I trust where it's going, and we've got to make plays, and we've just got to stop turning the ball over. And there's no way that if we continue to do that, turn the ball over, an interception a game, like we're just not going to give ourselves a chance. Yeah, I respect Detroit. I respect Dan, the way that his guys, I mean, this team plays. It's a great battle, honestly. It always is, but absolutely. Absolutely. And there's no knock to them. There's no knock to anybody. But majority of the games that we have lost, and particularly, right, had turnovers and haven't done what we've done on offense, it's been self-inflicted. I mean, you got a kicker like that you get across the 50, can put the ball in. And, I mean, he gave us a chance tonight. Simple as that. Like, he gave us a chance that we're only down a touchdown in the second half or in the fourth quarter and trying to make it a game before, they got up to scored lead. They're self-inflicted. And that's my point. You can't turn over the ball when you've got such a safe haven and a kicker like that. Like, we've got everything that we need, and we're stepping on our own feet. Love him. Proud of him as a teammate. Proud of his response and resilience, right, from just the injury and coming to a new team and just.
I wonder though if Javonte, I wonder if he's wearing down. I just didn't like the way he ran tonight. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I'm wondering if he's wearing down. Because, I mean, he's a power runner. He takes a lot of hits. He does a lot of hitting himself. I just wonder if he's wearing down. He didn't run the same to me tonight.
The way that he stepped up and has had a hell of a year, and as important as his success on the field, just the teammate he is and the guy that he is in meetings in the locker room, we're fortunate as hell to have him, and hopefully we can keep him.
George had 9 targets, 5 catches, obviously kind of a tougher game for him. What was kind of, how hard was it to connect with him tonight against that defense?
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't to our standard. Simple as that. Self-inflicted. I mean, the game's hard. The NFL's hard. Don't get me wrong. Obviously, it was hard. You look at it. Yeah, it wasn't easy, but all self-inflicted things, whether it be communication, things that we simply got to clean up, and I know that we will. We're too good not to.
Tom, you're on Dallas Cowboys.com. I was talking a little bit about the first down kind of not going your way tonight. From your vantage point, the early downs, what was it clicking to get you in the third and long scenarios?
It's hard to say right now.
Wilson Santiago, come on, man. Wilson Santiago. He said, gee, the Giants had Hall of Famers, not a good example. Hey, man, we didn't know they were Hall of Famers then. We didn't know they were Hall of Famers then, Wilson Santiago. But I get what you're saying. But I still want to bring that up. I got it pulled up real quick. I want to kind of look at that in a minute.
I mean, honestly, I've got to go watch the film. I know that we were in some third and longers, right? I know a week ago we talked about being in third and short, and that's why we were so great on third down, having those conversions we were third and 6, 7 plus majority of the night, or at least on the ones that we didn't convert. And that's tough, especially against a defense like this. And then when you're like that means you're probably in second and 7 as well, right? And so you're giving them 2 opportunities to play third down, and that's where they thrive. And we made it hard on ourselves by not winning first down. Now, to give you the answer of why we did it, I've got to watch the film, I've got to look into that.
You mentioned the 4 games in 17 days of being sore. Just from a physical standpoint for your entire team, how much is this 10-day break between games kind of welcome to get back a little bit healthy?
Yeah, I mean, it's a 3-day break. We'll be right back at this, the team meeting Monday. I'm sure some active work, and then a normal week. So, but it's important for guys to rest their bodies. Like I said, I know I'll be sore. I'm sure tons of guys. I know the guys in the trenches are going to be sore. But that's part of the game. It's part of the scheduling. It's just part of the business. And so you sign up for it. Now it's on us to be pros, take care of our bodies the right way, and make sure that we can come back Monday ready to go and give this everything that we got. What was it, 4th and what?
4.
Yeah, I definitely understand kicking it. I mean, especially just been in you just want to make it a 1-score game. You want to give yourself an opportunity. You don't kick it, you just gave them the game. Or you don't kick it, you don't get it, you just gave them the game. So, no, I think that's 100% the right call. You're trying to make you've got to make a stop regardless of touchdown or field goal. So, and just having the confidence of our group and just being able to move the ball as – yeah, we'll go get a touchdown when we absolutely have to get a touchdown, but let's keep this thing a 1-score game and stay in the fight.
Speaking of that play, pass interference on Pickens.
Yeah.
On Pickens earlier, you just talked about those 2 plays, and how big they were.
Which one's on Pickens? Yeah. Oh, the third down. Yeah, those were tough. I mean,
garbage.
Pickens, arms up, trying to just run his route.
Garbage.
Sure, you create traffic, but the last thing he did was pick the guy.
Garbage.
That's tough. And then, do I get fined for talking about this? Yeah, that was bad. I'm sorry, that was bad.
Garbage calls.
I got to look at the film. Maybe I can see from their vantage point. I know
no,
I
you
took
can't.
left after, and he said
garbage.
He aggressively pulled through. I've never seen a call like that.
Garbage.
Oh, I mean, yeah, we're right. We're not even talking about the question of being on 4th and 4. We're at the 4-yard line, first down, trying to punch it in. You punch it in, and the score's now 3 at that point, and then when you make it that, you're putting some pressure on those guys now. So yeah, that's a game-changing call that I don't understand, but whatever.
Garbage.
Control I can control.
It was garbage, and they know it.
Thank you, guys.
I'm just telling you too.
This holiday, your Texas
I think we're having a
dealers are
different.
bringing bigger joy.
I think we're having a different conversation. Excuse me. I think we're having a different conversation even with the turnovers. I think we're having a different conversation if the referees don't make 2 or 3 of the most heinous calls against the Cowboys. Heinous calls, man. The pass interference call on Jake Ferguson was garbage. The pass interference call on George Pickens, absolute trash. And the NFL should be ashamed of themselves for allowing those calls to stand. Those plays were trash. They were trash. I don't understand it. Because I'm telling you, the Cowboys, even with the difficulties, the Cowboys were still in position to win the game. Straight up. Straight up. But again, the Cowboys have to keep playing. I had to look at this roster, man. Wilson Santiago got me laughing up in here. Wilson Santiago said that the New York Giants had Hall of Famers. And I'm trying to decide who are these Hall of Famers. I know there are some on here. Eli Manning is probably going to be Hall of Famer. If he already isn't. Can't remember. Ahmad Bradshaw. I don't think he was a Hall of Famer. Y'all let me know. Mario Manningham. Hakeem Nicks. I'm wondering about him. Jake Ballard. Bear Posco. Will Beatty, David Deal, David Boss, Chris Neat, and Kareem McKenzie. Now the defense. Now the defense for the Giants, and this is the key. Left defensive end was Justin Tuck. He was a beast. Linval Joseph, he was a beast. Chris Canty was really, really good. Jason Pierre-Paul was a beast. They had Matthias Kiwanuka, Michael Boley, Corey Webster, Aaron Ross, Kenny Phillips. And let me make sure, isn't this the same team? I thought this was that Super Bowl team. Let me make sure. Okay, wait, playoffs. Yeah, they won the wild card. Yeah, they won the Super Bowl this season. Okay, I just wanted to make sure because I thought that his name slips me right now, but I thought he was on this team too. Michael Strahan. I thought Michael Strahan was on this team. Maybe he was on that other team that they went to the Super Bowl, what was it, a couple of years later? But the reason why I'm saying this 2011 team. Now, Wilson Santiago, you'll have to refresh my memory because I don't know any of these guys who are Hall of Famers per se. You'll have to refresh my memory. Because I know Chris Canty ain't no doggone. He ain't no doggone. You gotta remind me of who are the Hall of Famers on this 2011 team that you're saying were Hall of Famers, and this is a bad example. Because when you look at this 2011 New York Giant team, this New York Giant team was actually only projected, if you look on here, their projection was 7-9 or 8-1. This was their expected win-loss projection. And when you look at what wound up happening to this team, and again, y'all correct me on who are these Hall of Fame players from this 2011 team of the New York Giants, because some of these guys could very well be, but this isn't, in the grand scheme of things, This isn't a Hall of Fame roster per se. Not saying that it isn't good, but I mean, I don't think this is a Hall of Fame roster all the way around. This ain't no 1992-93 Cowboys. So this team was only projected to go 7-9. This team started the season 5-2. I'm sorry, 4-2. Had a bye week. They came out of the bye week. They won 2 games in a row. They were 6-2. They dropped 4 games in a row. They went from 6-2 to 6-6. They came into week 14. Man, I can remember this like yesterday. They came into week 14. And this is the game. I mean, this is that season that they were calling for the job of Tom Coughlin because they had lost 4 games in a row. They were calling for the job of Tom Coughlin. And these doggone New York Giants, people said they were out of the playoffs. And they rallied. They won in week 14, lost in week 15, won in week 16, and they won in week 17. And everything that people said was not going to happen, guess what wound up happening? It wound up happening, and because they won 3 of the last 4, they went into the playoffs red hot. We'll talk about this in Overreaction Monday later on today because it's now Friday. We're going to have Overreaction Monday on Friday. But, man, understand something. The playoffs is about who is the healthiest, and who's the hottest. And just because the Cowboys got beat by the Detroit Lions does not mean the Cowboys have cooled off. You know what? I think we're all going to have to admit the fact, and I don't think the Cowboys want to admit it. I don't think they want to use it as an excuse. But the amount of games the Cowboys have played in less than 3 weeks, 4 games in less than 3 weeks, I think it took a toll on the Cowboys. Excuse me. I think it took a toll on the Cowboys. They will never admit it, but I think it took a toll on them. And I think there may be a part of satisfaction that may have set in on them because they won 3 of 3. Raiders, Eagles, Chiefs. They're now coming off of that emotional high, that adrenaline and all of those things. They go into Detroit and they seem to be very, like I said, there's a difference in being cocky and confident. And maybe they were both and they were overly confident because the game plan, it just wasn't enough for the Detroit Lions. I mean, Dan Campbell called a great game. I got to give it to him. Defensive coordinator called a great game. They wound up beating them. But when you look at the fact that when the Giants went into this doggone wild card, they wound up beating the Falcons, the Green Bay Packers, and the San Francisco 49ers. And then went into the Super Bowl and beat the New England Patriots. Cowboys got to keep playing, man. They can't be out here talking about the season over. They can't be buying into this stuff about the season is over. No. There is way, way, way too much football left to play. There is way too much football left to play. Oh, boy. Oh, Aussie, you better believe it. Haters are praying that he doesn't keep George Pickens. Uh-oh, Mr. Lil Jizz. You saying something? Sports betting need to be illegal. ESPN and other platforms lie about their own picks. They give you numbers and predictions, lie about players being injured to get money, and boo-boo on the people. Man, let me tell you something. I've been saying this for a while now. I think the worst thing the NFL did was introduce all this betting stuff. It's one of the worst things they did. I believe it. Because, man, some of this stuff that's going on in some of these games, and for the NFL to allow these referees to be able to do some of the stuff they're doing in these games and not reverse some of those calls and how they're influencing point spreads and bro, man, you can't make this stuff up. You can't make this stuff up, man. You can't. Stephen Taylor says, appreciate the super chat. Stephen Taylor, special teams were not special tonight. They don't even deserve to be called special teams tonight. They deserve to be called the kickoff team. That's all they were. They were not special tonight. Teddy Drake, the Cowboys got to keep playing. It ain't over. Rich Lloyd said the slant is a sight or just route. Pickens and Dak read the defender. If it's not there, Pickens runs another route. Yeah, I don't. The community. You know what, Rich? Appreciate you being here tonight. See, but this is what happens, Rich. This is what happens when you get so confident. And I don't know if it's confidence or cockiness. It's probably a thin line. This is what happens when you get so confident and cocky that you truly don't believe anyone can stop it and you think you can get it anytime you want to. You got to learn. Teams, the Cowboys have telegraphed to every team they're running this play. It's up to the Cowboys now to start fooling teams on this play, varying this play up and make it even more powerful. But man, hey, Detroit answered the bell today on that. Last night on that play. They answered the bell. They were ready for it. Bottom line, they were ready for it. Yeah, Cowboys ain't letting Pickens go nowhere. One game ain't changing this tonight. Ozzy said we will see just how much smoke Detroit has the rest of the season. This was their Super Bowl. Yep. You know, a lot of teams lose beat the Cowboys and go on to be terrible after that. What's going on, Chris? Chris Kane. Mediocre game, man. Yeah, the Cowboys game plan wasn't all there. But again, hey, let me tell you something. The Cowboys cannot get down in this game. I don't think they're going to get down. I mean, y'all think about this. Have y'all kind of noticed their demeanor? They seem to have a demeanor. I could be wrong. Y'all just tell me what y'all seeing. I don't see a demeanor of disappointment. They seem to have a demeanor of relief. Like they are relieved that this 4-game stretch is over. I mean, they just seem to be relieved to me. They don't seem to be what I would say is disappointed. They seemed disappointed in the Arizona game. They don't seem disappointed in this game to me. It's almost like, man, 3 out of 4, 4-game stretch, 3 out of 4. We made it through this. Okay, we're going to get some rest and we're going to come back and battle. I think they're going to win the next 4. Either way, I do think the Cowboys come out with a winning season, but I don't want them to be resting their laurels on a winning season. I don't want them to rest their laurels on a winning season. I want the Cowboys to come out and win. I really do. Oh, Bass, they're going to have this Dak next year. He'll be better next year. Prescott will be better next year. When you look back at what Brian Schottenheimer did with Russell Wilson got better year over year. 10-6, I think it was 10-6, 11-5, 12-4. They'll be better next year. And the reason why they're going to be better next year, Jerry's going to sign these players. He's going to sign Pickens. He's going to sign Brandon Aubrey. And they're going to go out and get more players. Y'all watch what I tell y'all in 2026. Jerry Jones is going to say the heck with that salary cap. They're going to say the heck with that salary cap. They're going to be willing to suffer the consequences. They're not going to care about that. They're not going to care about that salary. They're not going to care about that salary cap. They're pushing them chips to the table next year. This year, whether we may not be looking at it like this, but the Cowboys are looking at what they're doing right now saying, we're on to something. we're on to something because we won 3 games in a row. The Detroit game, the Cowboys are looking at, we kind of self-destructed somewhat, and so we could have beat them because I'm telling you, the Cowboys, because I was telling this to my wife and my sons, I said, even though the Cowboys, self-inflicted wounds, turnovers, just play not really as much up to par, they were still in the game. It was some of these referee calls that really put this game out of reach. Garbage calls, man, on these pass interference on wide receivers. Nobody calls those plays. Garbage calls. Don't get it. Don't get it. Yeah, Tweezy, it was an overall bad game. It was a, wait a minute. Not only was it, how can I put this? The game plan wasn't great, but I still got to give Detroit credit. They had a great game plan. Oh, they had a great game plan, man. They really did. They had a great game plan. I got to give it to them. They had a great game plan, man. But again, Cowboys are still in this thing. And that's straight facts. The Cowboys are still in this. That's why I had to go back again, because I know that second team the Giants took to the Super Bowl, I know that team had some show enough Hall of Famers. But this 2011 team that Tom Coughlin took to the Super Bowl and beat the New England Patriots in 2011, that team, man, they just rallied, man. I mean, they had some good and great players, but they rallied. They rallied. And when everybody said it was over, they said it's not over. And people didn't know they were in until I think it was the last game, but it was after the second to the last game, I think that people were like, well, if this and this and this happens, and if I'm not mistaken, they might have already made it at 9-6. But they decided, because people were saying that because if I'm not mistaken, I think this was that season, because I think the Giants, something transpired and the Giants had actually clinched the playoff by the New York Giant win. I think they had already clinched it. And they decided, against all convention, they decided to play the New England Patriots and not rest their starters. And they wound up beating the New England Patriots. No, not the New England Patriots. The Dallas Cowboys, I'm sorry. They wound up beating the Dallas Cowboys the last game of the season, 31-14. If I'm not mistaken, this was that season. And they went in they went in hot. They absolutely, they went into the playoffs hot. They went into the playoffs hot, did something that people thought they shouldn't have done. They went into the playoffs hot, and they wound up winning. They wound up winning, and nobody thought they could do it. So the Cowboys, man, they just got to keep playing. Bottom line, you just got to keep playing. Make it your goal to win out. Still got plenty to play for. Man, this league is very, very strange. Anything can happen in this league. Just when you think, oh, yeah, there ain't no chance, ain't no way. There's no way that the Philadelphia Eagles lose 3 of the last 4. You mess around and start playing like the Eagles can't lose 3 of the last 4, and then you'll be lollygagging around, and the Philadelphia Eagles will lose 3 of the last 4. Man, you got to be ready for that situation. You got to be ready for that situation. You got to be ready for what could happen in front of you. And so the way you be ready for whatever happens is take care of what you can take care of. Win the next 4, and they're very winnable. Again, that's why I had this Lions game in red. I kind of figured it was going to be a hard game. But I still say the Cowboys win this game.
During the Ford year-end sales event. Hurry in.
I mean, the NFL, again, man, they should really be, I just don't see how you let, in this modern technology, replay analysts right there on the scene, and he's straight up saying that certain plays are not pass interference, and upstairs and in New York or wherever they're making these decisions, they still let stuff like that stand. I don't understand. That's crazy to me. This league is too technologically advanced to be doing stuff like that. All right, let's watch this last interview. There's more, but we'll watch those later on today when we have Overreaction Monday later on today. Rombowski, I got my coffee tonight. That's why I'm so lit at almost 4 o'clock in the morning. I got my coffee tonight. All right. Well, this is short with Quentin Williams. We'll check out a couple more. Let's check out Quentin Williams real quick. Let's check out what they were able to do to this man.
Everybody accountable, man. Everybody hold each other accountable. Everybody going to watch the film. It's always going to be a little down, especially after a loss, especially after we're having so much success winning the last few weeks, and we took a loss this week. It's going to be down, but everybody accountable, man. Everybody hold each other accountable. Everybody going to watch the film and get better and fix the things we need to fix. So,
I know you guys, like you said, do need to go back and watch the film, but just in real time, was there anything defensively that you guys saw that they were presenting offensively that were kind of giving you guys some trouble?
Like you said, I got to watch the film. But as a defense, man, we way better than 44 points. Man, we got a great defense, got a great defensive line, and we just got to do our job the best of our ability and execute to the best of our ability and just make more plays, especially.
Now, again, I want us to understand something, man. I know we wanted, we're saying that the defense didn't get this stop and that stop and all these different things. But, man, we got to keep in mind, the Detroit Lions field position was bonkers. Man, it was bonkers, man. I mean, where they were starting on every single drive, it is literally insane. I mean, the defense was in a headlock all day long.
That defensive line room, so because we got the ability to do it, so. Yeah, anytime you lose, especially putting up the points that they put up, it's pretty hard pill to swallow. But we got the guys in the defensive room who's going to watch the film, take constructive criticism, take accountability, and never let it happen again. So it's one of those things, like you said, we got a hard pill to swallow and get it fixed quick. So.
How would you describe the disappointment in the locker room?
Anytime you get a loss, it's pretty down, man. But the guys in the room, the guys on this team, man.
Okay. Y'all tell me if you're not seeing the same thing. Does this look like a team that's disappointed? Or does it look like a team that's relieved? Y'all tell me. What does it look like to y'all? They seem relieved. They don't seem... I don't know. Y'all tell me. But when you think of the magnitude of this game, this was a playoff game. They don't seem to be necessarily as disappointed as you would think. This seems to be more of relief than disappointment. I'm not saying I don't see on their faces and stuff like, man, we didn't want to lose the game, but it don't seem like it's something missing in this, as in they're not as disappointed because it's like, hey, you know what? We lost, but we still have a chance. We got 3 of the last 4. We still have a chance. We got something in front of us I think we can deal with. They don't seem to be disappointed to me. It's a different feeling. Even the way they've all look, the way they're talking, it just don't seem the same. Because it sounds like and seems like, oh man, we still got a chance. We won 3 out of 4. We can win 4 out of the last 4 and just watch what happens. I'm telling you, I still think 10-7 might get them in. I mean, I'm sorry, 10-6-1 may get them in.
Like I said, gonna take accountability, and when it comes to watching the film and getting better. So.
You guys have had several games in such a short period period of time.
Yeah.
How much are you guys looking forward to this mini bye to just kind of rest, recover, and kind of reset?
I can only speak for myself. I'm looking forward to watching the film and getting better. So, thank you.
It's a big night for Gibbs, and we know he's an excellent player.
Mhm.
What makes him, he's setting records in terms of touchdowns so early in his career. What makes him so tough?
He's super fast, man. Super talented, super elusive, and like you said, he's a great running back. So.
Yeah.
This holiday, your Texas Ford dealers are bringing.
I think the Cowboys kind of know they still have a shot at this. And I do think they're not going to admit it. But those 4 games in that shorter period of time, it was tough on them. They're not going to admit it, but I think it was tough on them. I really do. I think it was tough on them. Especially when you add in Marshawn Nealon, because anytime you have a certain amount of adrenaline running off of something, well, the question becomes, how long does that adrenaline last? How long do you ride that wave? And you can only ride that wave for so long, especially depending upon the teams that you go up against, because sometimes you come up against a team, they're more talented, they got a better game plan, and they don't care what you're riding on. They'll kick it from up under you. So, I mean, I really wonder when I look at this. I wanted to look back at something as we were talking tonight, as we're talking about this Cowboys defense, because people are going to be trashing the Cowboys defense. But I just want you to consider this. I want you to look at the yards of these drives the Detroit Lions had. You ready for this? The first field goal, they drove 44 yards. The touchdown, they only needed 47 yards. Their second touchdown, now this one was a little bit further, it was 68 yards. Their second field goal, 31 yards. Their third quarter touchdown. How do you stop this? Y'all help me out. I know we're saying the defense is trash. Y'all help me out. How do you stop 14 yards? How do you stop 14 yards, y'all? How do you stop it? They went 60 yards, they got a field goal. Hold on a second. Their second to last touchdown, they went 46 yards. How are you helping your defense? 47 yards, 46 yards. Their last touchdown, they only went 51 yards. I mean, I know what we're saying. Oh, the defense should have, man. You do know your play calling looks a lot different when you only have 51 yards to go, 46 yards to go. I mean, when you're talking, you're going 14 yards. You're talking now the 68-yard when that was a backbreaker, but you went 47 yards. I mean, when you think about their average starting position, these dudes are having to drive less than 50 yards to get these scores. They're having to drive less than 50 yards. The Cowboys on their first field goal, they went 29. The Cowboys on their second field goal, they went 46. That lets you know that the Cowboys, think about this, they went 29 yards. That field goal was at the Detroit 39-yard line. So that in itself is letting you know that this wasn't a good field position field goal. The Cowboys only got it so far. They got it to the 39 on that one. They got the next one to the Detroit 24. And to get it to the 24, they drove 46 yards. They went 58 yards on the next field goal, 60 yards on the touchdown, 23 on the field goal. They had to go 70 yards to get their touchdown, and then they had to go 56 to get their last field goal, man. 15 plays. Man, the Detroit Lions, the Detroit Lions ate the Cowboys special teams alive. And we're talking about the defense. Whoa. Boy, they had that defense behind the 8 ball all day long. All day long. That defense was giving up something, whether it be 3 or 7. Let's see, how many drives is that? That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 drives. Yep. 8 drives that the Detroit Lions, the average drive was probably something around 45 to 50 yards. I don't care who you are. It is going to be hard to beat teams like that when they have the firepower of this team. It's going to be difficult. So, Cowboy fans, it is what it is. There's no point in giving up. Cowboys got a lot of football left to play. Got 4 games left. Let's enjoy the rest of the season. Cowboys need to focus on winning out, because I believe if the Cowboys can win out, I still think the Cowboys are going to have a great chance at going to the playoffs. I do. Now, if they would have won out, they're going. And I think they all knew it. But sometimes you got to be mind over matter. You got to be mind over matter. And you have to be real careful getting satisfied with winning 3 out of 4. Because that's going to put you behind the 8 ball. But again, this wasn't a conventional 3 out of 4. And the reason why it wasn't conventional 3 out of 4, because how many games they played in so little days. It's tough. If this would have been over 4 weeks, 28 days, this game might have been different. But they gave the Cowboys a heck of a schedule. And when we looked at that schedule in the beginning, we didn't even think they would probably win one of those games, let alone 2. They won 3. Cowboys are still in it. Anything can happen. You just got to keep playing. Bottom line. Just got to keep playing. That's the name of the game. Take care of what you can, control what you can control. See how it all turns out. I think if the Cowboys continue to play, I think it's going to turn out well. I really do. I think this is going to turn out well for the Cowboys. Yeah, also, a lot can happen in 4 weeks. Just keep playing. This Detroit game, man, don't look at it as a letdown. Look at it as something to build on. Now you know your boo-boo stink. Now you know, okay, we won 3 in a row. Hey, if you want 4, you got to play that much harder. But again, I think the Cowboys, if this was 4 games in 28 days versus 4 games in 17 days? Oh, it's pretty tough. Caitlin said Packers got to lose 2 divisional games. Detroit got to lose 2. San Francisco got to... See, but I'm telling you, Caitlin, the key, I still think the Cowboys can win the division. I do. I think they can still win the division. Philly, I'm telling y'all they're relieved the Cowboys lost today. The Cowboys win today. They got the Philadelphia Eagles in a headlock. They do. I think Philly was worried had the Cowboys won, because the Philadelphia Eagles know they can't tie with the Cowboys in no form or fashion. I think they were worried. I do. Because I do think that the Chargers, the Bills, and the Commanders, those are 3 road games. With the way they're playing, they're going to struggle. They're going to struggle with those 3. Commanders are a divisional game. Man, it's going to be hard to wipe the Commanders out back-to-back like that. I mean, you're not spreading these games out. You're talking almost back-to-back. Commanders, Bill, Commanders. So you're really going to beat the Commanders 2 times in 3 weeks? That is tough. And Jaden Daniels may very well be back by then. Hey, Commanders are going to be tough for the Cowboys on Christmas Day. It looks like Jaden Daniels will be back by the time the Cowboys and the Eagles play him. So we're going to see what happens. Philly and Washington, at the Bills, at the Chargers. Man, I'm telling y'all, do not be surprised if they lose those 3 games. This is why the Cowboys went out. Because if they mess around, they lose and get to 10-7. Cowboys went out 10-6-1. Cowboys win the division with the tiebreaker. And I think that is the way the Cowboys get into the playoffs. I do. We're not giving up on the road to the playoffs. I know a lot of people going to jump off the Cowboys bandwagon. Nah, man, I'm still driving it. Until the Cowboys lose 2 more games. And I don't think they're losing 2 more games. I don't think they're losing 1 more game. I think they're going to win these next 2 games at home. The road games, we'll see when we get there. But I do think we win these games. All right, guys. 4 o'clock, 4 hours of content. We'll be back at it later on today. Y'all tell me what y'all think, man. We'll be back with Overreaction Friday today. Later on today. Overreaction Friday. And I'm sure the overreactions to the Cowboys loss. Again, like I told y'all, I'm not going to do what I know a lot of people are doing. I'm already seeing some people doing it. It's amazing to me when the Cowboys are flying high, everybody's talking good about them. And then the moment they lose, everybody jumps off the bandwagon and they jump back on the side of the Cowboys are bad, their defense is bad, Matt Eberflus is bad. Hey, Cowboys got out-coached, but they have played well the last 3 weeks. The defense is improved. I'm not buying that it's not improved. The defense is improved. They just ran up against the team with a better plan. Detroit had a better plan. They made some bad mistakes, and the referees made some terrible calls. And when you add those 3 elements in, the Lions plan, your mistakes, and the refs' calls, you're getting beat. You're just getting beat. But you got to keep going. Travis says, as a Lions fan, that was at the game. Good show. Yes, sir. Got to give it, like I said, hey, Travis, got to give the Lions credit. Dan Campbell called a great game. Had a great game. Bottom line, it's a great learning process for the Cowboys. Build off this. Let's go win these last 4. Let's go win these last 4. See what happens. All right, guys. Appreciate y'all rocking with me tonight. Like, share, subscribe, hit that notification bell. Until the next time, DC4L. God bless. Let's talk Cowboys, where we talk facts. Peace.
bless them.